We get a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the meeting on March 3rd, 2020.
Chairman, make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Second, Susan Locks.
Also with a motion, Locks with a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right.
Bob, before you get started, let me just, I
Start over
forgot to
to
hit the record
lay the
button at
ground
the
rules
beginning.
off, everybody. Go ahead.
So I'm just gonna make note for the recording that commissioners present were Gorick, Locks, Macchio, Volpe, Albanese, Coles, Coviello, Santiago, Salka, and Hammersley. All the regular members are here. I just want to make that note for the recording, since I failed to start it right on time. So figured I'd make a mistake at some point. I started right off with that. So just a quick point of order for everybody that's on this this meeting at this point in time. Everybody's done a great job. I've had it set up so that all the participants, including members of the public, have joined on, and I've had it set up as mute on entry, and everybody's maintained keeping the mute on their phones. It cuts down on background noise. Very helpful to make sure that this meeting is recorded and is audible. My request to everybody is to stay on mute, and when the commission obviously is prompted to speak, unmute yourself, state your name, your position, commissioner, chair, whatever it may be. When the applicants come up underneath their specific application items, they're going to also unmute themselves and then state who they are, as it relates to their application as they go through their presentation. For the public hearings themselves, we have 3 public hearings. The first public hearing is the Briarwood public hearing. It's important to know that the applicants will present their application. The commission will then have an opportunity to ask some questions. The chair will control all of this and then eventually turn it over to public comment, and that'll be for or against. It'll be very clearly stated. At that point in time, the public can speak. My recommendation is, if you open at the very bottom of the screen, you'll see a bunch of circles, and if you see on the right hand side, the third circle in will show. This is for the people who have video access. You'll see a little a little bubble. If you click on that, it's actually a chat function, and you can actually ask a question there. Or if you go under the button next to it, which is a little person which looks like it's holding books, you can actually see the participant list, and you can actually cover over your name and raise your hand. And what we'll try to do is try to answer the questions or allow comments as best we possibly can. Obviously, we're trying not to talk over each other, and so we'll try to maintain a period of time so that people can unmute themselves and speak. We'll allow that extra time than we normally would for that to happen. If all else fails, you can email me. I have my phone next to me, and I'll be checking email. And if there's a question that comes in that way, I can read the question to the commission, and the answer could be provided through the meeting. This is the best we can do at this point in time, given what we're able to do. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have a meeting because we can't physically meet at this point in time. So, obviously, your patience is appreciated. Again, anybody who speaks, announce your name. If you're a member of the public during the public hearing, we need you to announce your name and your address. And if at any time we have problems with a user or a participant that has a lot of background noise or is being uncooperative to these ground rules, we can actually remove you from the meeting, and we certainly don't want to do that. So please try to best you can to try to maintain decorum and limit the background noise. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chairman, Hammersley.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. And I think that that through the course of this, we'll rely on Rob a little bit to try to guide us a little bit. I mean, we're charting some uncharted waters here, and I appreciate everyone's cooperation and patience as we work through this. Everybody will be given, I can guarantee you, everybody will be given the opportunity to say what they want to say. And for anyone who's not been to the Planning and Zoning Commission in the past, we pride ourselves on that and allowing people the opportunity to say their piece and give us their perspective on things and take that into consideration as we go through this. So with that, I'll open the public hearing for item 7A, special permit application with Briarwood Real Estate Limited Partnership for a master plan of individual uses allowed under section 3-01.2, special permit uses in a residential 80/40 zones, property located at 2279 Mount Vernon Road in an R40 zone, SPU 629. So
And I'm going to jump in real quick, just to let everybody know there was one more thing I wanted to share for those who can see this and hear this. It'll also point you to my where my email is in case you want to send an email. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen real quick. And if everybody can see this, which we've practiced this, hopefully you can. If you go to the southington.org website and you go under departments on the very top of the page right here, and then you scroll down until you see planning, you hit planning, and then you'll see the big title here. Click here to view meeting agenda, documents, and information. There, once you click in there, you can find the agenda here. And of course, underneath each application item, you'll see links to everything within that file that we could post. We had to post it within 20 or at least 24 hours in advance of the meeting. In the case of some public comments, we did post everything received by 4 o'clock today. Anything received after that time will be posted tomorrow. Everything is here for inspection as well. And you'll see at the very bottom of this page, or sorry, if I go back one, you'll see at the bottom of the planning page, you'll see my email right here to contact me in real time if you have to. So that's it. Thank you. I'm gonna stop sharing.
if we can have the applicant, I'm not sure who's leading that, whether it's Seb or somebody else for the first application.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. I'll be the leading person for the meeting. With me is my partner, Andrew Quirk. I just want to make sure he's has joined the meeting.
Yep.
Rob, have you
He's here,
seen him?
Seb. You could just say your name and address, just like you typically would, so we get it.
Okay, the reason I asked because if while I'm speaking, he's going to put some maps up on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, Commission. My name is Sev Bovino, planner with Kraft Jones and Associates. Represented the applicant, Briarwood Real Estate Ltd. Partnership. The property is located at 2279 Mount Vernon Road at the intersection with Welch Road. For the record, with the application, we submitted a 500-foot radius area map with names and addresses of property owners in addition to the property's location as they relate to the subject site. Also, we submitted an A2 survey map showing existing buildings, parking areas, driveways, etc. Also, we submitted a campus map with the buildings numbered with the description of the proposed uses. And in addition to that, obviously the special permit application form referencing the various section under which the proposed uses are allowed in this zone, which is R40 zone, with an attachment describing the uses in more detail. We have provided most, if not all, of these maps and forms to the neighbors via the mailing. We have provided proof of the mailing and the remailing due to the change in the meeting format. We provided that to the planning department. The property is a sprawling complex, the old Briarwood College, most recently Lincoln College, now closed. Which occupies 33 plus or minus acres of land served by public water and septic system. The total square footage of building on the property is 113,000 square feet. The current lot coverage is 7.8%. Allowed is 20%. The property is bounded north by Welch Road, east by former Pine Valley Course and the Amar River, south by Mountain Pound Road subdivision, west by Mount Vernon Road, and two residences in the southwest corner of the property. On our side of the street, which is the east side of Mount Vernon, there's two residences which are close to our property in that corner. The
Seth,
property-
real quick. I just want to make sure that Andrew, I tried to send a direct note to him. Andrew, are you trying to show anything right now, or are you just teed up?
I thought it was displaying.
It just says Andrew Quirk is starting to share content. It's not showing anything.
Bob, I don't know if you can hear me. This is Andrew Quirk, but I am trying to display. Is it not coming through?
It's displaying, it's just not displaying any content, but it looks like it's trying to display what you're trying to show. Right now,
Any better now?
we see Andrew Quirk with a phone call icon.
This is Joseph Conchick. Andrew, what are you trying to display?
It's the information for the application. It should be displaying. Let me try again.
If all else fails, I can try and share my screen, but let's see what you can do.
There is multiple maps that we submitted. He's trying to show one of them that will be able to identify the site with the buildings and the location as I'm doing the presentation.
Any better?
Yeah. What map are you trying to show right now? The Sev.
Any map will be because the survey shows the property, the area map shows the property. Whichever he can get on will be good. Okay, there's the aerial photo of the property. That's good enough, Andrew. If that's all you get, that's fine. Shall I proceed? Okay. The property is bounded by the north by Welch Road. As you can see, north is up on the map. That's Welch Road intersection with Mount Vernon Road to the left of the screen. As you go north from that intersection, you go to Lake Compounds. East is bounded by Pine Valley Golf Course at the Mile River on the east side here where you see the wooded area. South by Mount Pond Division, west by Mount Road, and two residences I described. The property has two curb cuts on Welch Road, which are the main entrance to the property. Two additional entrances are on Mount Vernon Road, one of which is gated as an emergency access or as an access to the south portion of the property where the recreation area is. The development is in the north and central portion of the property. As you can see, the development, which is existing development, is in the north and central portion of the property. This is the campus. It gives you a sense of space. Everything is far apart from each other, all the structures. There are plenty of parking and green spaces.
Hold on,
Most of-
so I'm gonna mute everybody and then unmute you. I got somebody in here who's not muted. Okay, go ahead, Sev.
Did you hear my previous statements?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Most of the south portion of the property is dedicated to recreation facilities. The southwest corner, as you can see, is wooded, is in a wooded area on the west side there. Mount Vernon Road and Welch Road are 33 feet wide, with a pavement wide, 33 feet wide, with a 30-mile speed limit. Mount Vernon Road was rebuilt by the state a few years back. There are four major road classifications. We have interstate, we have arterials road, collectors road, and local roads. Mount Vernon Road is a collector because of local streets joining into it. But it is also an arterial road because it connects towns like Wolcott, Cheshire to Bristol going through Southington. Properties to the north are Lake Islands and Tulcon Industrial Area. This used to be a center of learning that now doesn't exist anymore, is closed, and is now no longer possible to continue in the form that was operating years ago. As a matter of fact, in the paper the other day, there are colleges in Vermont, Massachusetts, that they're thinking of closing. The owners have marketed this property extensively with the help of the town and on their own to schools with no success. The potential buyers would like to know what they can use this property for. We, the owners, have looked at the regulations and found that some of the allowed uses under special permit are possible and very fitting with the property existing improvements. Therefore, we are here to ask the commission to consider approving the uses contemplated in the following sections. Section 3-01.2D, which are medical facilities for inpatient and outpatient treatment of alcoholism and drug addiction, including detox and sober living and other mental health offices for the care and treatment of mental and or nervous disorders on an outpatient basis. Section 3-01.2F1 allows permanent adult daycare services or nursery school. Section 3-01.2F7, vet hospitals, cancer units, physical therapy, hospice, surgical center operated by a hospital are allowed. And finally, section 3-01.2F7A, convalescent homes, nursing homes, and managed residential community operated by a licensed assisted living service agency. Now I'm going to describe the campus map that Andrew has up on the screen. Building number 1, which is in northwest corner of the property where the most parking is contemplated to be used. It's called the LaConch Hall, 10,000 square feet. It's contemplated to be used for property management, mental health outpatient offices, and drug and alcohol treatment offices. Number 2, which is next to number 1 in the same area, LaConch Hall and Annex, 2,500 square feet, contemplated to be used for drug, alcohol group meetings room. Building number 3, Founders Hall, 10,000 square feet, which is located, let's see. Northeast of the property. It's also one of the larger buildings. It will be used for veterinary hospital, physical therapy, or wellness center, or a combination thereof. Number 4, which is the building further north, attached to the number 3, facing Welch Road, is Founders Hall, and it's 2,500 square feet. Could be used for adult daycare, nursery school type of use. Building number 5, which is northeast to the right of number 3, is a maintenance garage. Number 6 is a small structure. It's for the security personnel for the campus. Number 7 is the building which is central to the property along the river there where the green space is on the easterly border of the property. It's called Liguori Hall, 9,600 square feet. It's contemplated to be used for classrooms and educational office space. Number 8, it's a recreation area, swimming pool, 1,800 square feet, just south of number 7, to the right of the map. Number 9 is Brook Hall. It consists of buildings like a residential community, townhouse type of construction, 40,308 square feet. These units will be used for educational housing, for sober living facility, and for classroom for teaching. We are maintaining some school type of operation on this property, contemplated to be in building number 9. Number 10, Deveneer Hall, 3-story building, which is in the center westerly portion of the property. It's one of the newer buildings that you can see from Mount Vernon Road. So on the paper recently, 17,100 square feet. This could be used for a hospice facility, cardiac rehabilitation center, orthopedic rehabilitation, and cancer care unit center. Plenty of parking space, plenty of green space around this building. Number 11, Palmisano Hall, is also a 3-story building, 16,660 square feet, with 5-bedroom apartments and large common areas on each floor. This is contemplated to be a 3rd-floor drug and alcohol detox facility with 10 bedrooms. And the 1st and 2nd floor will be a managed assisted living community managed by a licensed agency. The areas marked 12, 14 are dedicated to recreational facilities like athletic fields, basketball courts, and volleyball courts. Part of the record, we contacted various departments, town departments. The water department submitted a letter indicating that the water service is able to handle the proposed uses. The fire department visits the facility with the owner and found that fire extinguishers tags were outdated. So there was an agreement that they need to be upgraded, and I believe they were done. After the meeting took place, moved forward to take care of those things. We have submitted a traffic generation study indicated that the total trips for this facility would be less or equal to property was used fully operational for 800 students. Fourth, there's an opinion letter that was provided in regard to property values. We believe that allowing this property to be partially converted to allowed uses would not be injurious to the neighbors because the roadway was properly designed by the state. It has plenty of capacity. 2, this existing facility does not preclude the orderly development of the other areas around it. We are the largest parcel here in this part of town. The 10 acres across the street was purchased by Lake Compounds a few years ago. There's plenty of buffers and distance to the individual homes. As an example, from building number 1 and 2, which are the drug and alcohol office and meeting rooms, the distance to the closest home directly across the street, it used to be owned by Briarwood Realty, is 240 feet from the building to the house. This is the closest distance to a residential structure in the area. The address for that is 2278 Mount Vernon Road. The distance to 2242 Mount Vernon Road is 480 feet from building number 11, the 3-story building, which is a detox and assisted living facility. 370 feet to 2222 Mount Vernon Road, 470 feet to number 10 Panthorn Trail, 540 feet to 15 Panthorn Trail, 500 feet to 2153 Mount Vernon Road, 620 feet to 2127 Mount Vernon Road. And then to give you a distance to the Mountain Pound subdivision, 740 feet to number 65 Mount Pond Road, which is the closest home to our boundary. 740 feet. And that's where the recreational area is currently been operating. Allowing this conversion will allow the facility to be maintained, provide jobs, flourish, be a service to the community, probably, obviously in a different form, but will be a service to the community, and be a good source of income for the town for years to come. The options is to abandon the property and let it deteriorate, or the alternative is to apply under 830G, and this is not a threat, it's just a situation that we're in. Under 830G, we could apply for an affordable housing development, which could comfortably fit 300 to 400 units. Even under the HOD regulations, which you currently have on the books, we'll be meeting those regulations because the minimum acres is 30 acres, and we have 33. 264 units could be built on that with your permission. At this point, if you have any questions for me regarding the map or the facility, before I go into that, I like Dennis Terwilliger, which is the owner of the facility, has extensive experience with these type of facility, and if you could add to this conversation, I think the commission will find it useful. Dennis, are you available?
Yes, this is Dennis Terwilliger, president of Briarwood Realty. I'm available, yes.
Could you go over the uses? You have experience in these uses in the past. You ran these kind of facilities, and enlighten the commission about the uses that we discussed, specifically the detox, the drug and alcohol treatment center.
Of course, sure.
Hold on one second. Dennis, if you could just state your name and address, just so
Okay.
the secretary has it for the record, please.
Dennis Terwilliger. My address is 240 Eagleton Lake Boulevard, Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, 33418. While we have a home here in Florida, we also have lived forever in Cheshire, where we have a home, but this is our domicile. We have quite a bit of experience in the use of the property in several of the ways we suggest. Like, for example, we understand that one of the sensitive issues here is the use of this facility to treat people who suffer from drug and alcohol addiction. We care greatly about the safety of the facility, of the neighbors, of the tenants here. We also care greatly about property values to make sure there's not a problem that way. There are a number of different approaches to drug and alcohol treatment. And as the owners of the property, and oh, by the way, incidentally, there are no buyers for the property, just for the record. There was a reported buyer, but they've now dropped out. They're not interested now. But nonetheless, we would be very selective in seeking a proper operator for drug and alcohol treatment. For example, we're really not interested in having, say, an operator come in who is focused on people who need treatment, who are being forced into treatment through a court order. Treatment doesn't work well that way anyway. Treatment works best when people are there on a voluntary basis, and that's the only way it really works effectively. So our plan would be to seek out facilities to operate that particular aspect of the property in a proper way. People who have good credentials, a good following, who are accredited. There are several accrediting agencies that we would like to see these folks have to prove their competence and their excellence in what they do. So we know that area is sensitive to people, and it's sensitive to us too. We want to make sure that that particular use is done properly with capable, excellent operators. Related to that is the idea of the detoxification center. The detoxification center is really a medical facility. It doesn't deal with treatment in the sense of trying to move people away from drugs or alcohol addiction. What it does simply is to allow people who are in trouble physically, either through typically alcohol or drugs, to be able to come off those drugs without the risk of them dying. As you all may know, that's a risk in several instances when it comes to certain drugs. So the detox facility is simply one in which it's staffed by medical personnel, doctors, nurses, and people typically are in that particular facility about a week or so. When they leave there, they're discharged back to their treatment center, whether the treatment center happens to be here on the property or somewhere else. But that is the sole purpose and goal of that operation. It's really a very specialized medical operation. The third aspect of this is the idea of the sober living facility. The sober living facility is managed in a very careful way by a set of very strict rules. People cannot be residents of a sober living facility unless they are drug-free and alcohol-free. Those are two basic conditions of residency in those facilities. And that particular policy is backed up by frequent testing of the residents to make sure there isn't a problem. If there is, they're removed from the community. So the rules and regulations that follow that particular aspect of bringing people back into society through a sober living facility really starts with great discipline and lots of rules. For example, there are curfews. You know, people are not invited to come to the facility to visit anybody. Just so that, again, we're very familiar with this type of operation because here in Florida, we've owned such an operation. We understand it completely. And we also understand how to vet everyone or anyone who would want to be involved in these types of activities. And we think we can do a really good job at selecting quality people to operate these things in a good way. As I say, accreditation is a big part of this thing. For example, in drug and alcohol treatment, the Joint Commission, which is about the highest level of accreditation a hospital-type organization can have, would be an important feature that we'd look for in someone, an operation who would be looking to manage a drug and alcohol treatment facility. The other facilities that we looked at doing here actually, of course, are driven by what the special permit rules allow. Like, for example, take a hospice operation. Debonair Hall was built as a medical facility. It housed the dental program and it housed the mortuary science program of the school, two of the biggest programs the school has. It has an elevator that's a hospital quality elevator where people can be moved through the elevator in stretchers if need be. So we could see where that facility could easily do a great job as a hospice. Also, if a hospice wouldn't require the entire facility, we can see other types of work being done there in the form of whether it's orthopedic care or cardiac care or anything, again, that's specialized medical work. Some of the other facilities, for example, the the building that we would look for to house assisted living. That building was built with 6 5-bedroom apartments. It's actually beautifully laid out to provide for service in the middle of the building for nurses station and doctor station, and for everything on one floor for people who would be involved with assisted living on that floor. So each of these things was designed to fit with what the buildings are made to do and what we can do there. Another thing too, we want to maintain the historical idea of having education there of different types. It seems these days that maybe some of the more practical aspects of that would be some sort of a technical education and trying to invite people to the campus who could provide some of those services to meet the needs of the community in that aspect. And we certainly have classrooms and we even have dormitory space that we've allocated for that group of people. We don't see any one operation being so big that it could really take over the property. We see this being as big as it is a number of.
Dennis, real quick, not to interrupt you, but you're the only one unmuted, but we're picking up background noise. I don't know if it's coming from you.
You're getting background noise?
It sounds like.
You know what it is? There's a fax machine in my office, and it's actually, I can shut it off, I believe. Okay?
It's coming through pretty loud.
I'm sorry to hear that. Excuse me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I was wondering what that was.
I'm terribly sorry, but I can't stop it. I'm thinking it's going to end, though. It looks like it's ended. I'm sorry for that interruption. So I think that other features of the building easily allow for other things. Like, for example, because of some of the open spaces that we have a nice 3,600 square foot space in one of the buildings where we could see that could be used easily for adult daycare, for example. So we were trying to be thoughtful about working within the special purpose uses and looking at the best possible use of each of these buildings to fit those purposes. That's what we tried to do. Is there any other questions? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Dennis. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't know, Seth, if that wraps up the
Thank
presentation.
you, Dennis. Mr. Chairman, if there's any questions for Dennis or myself at this point, we will entertain the questions.
Okay, so the way we're going to do this is just go down the roll call. I'm going to call the regular commission members and now go to the alternates and just ask if they have any questions, and we'll just work it that way. So we'll start with Commissioner Volpe. Questions?
Did you say me?
Yes, Christina, you.
Hi, this is Commissioner. I'm not sure. Can you hear me, Rob?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm getting some feedback.
Everybody is viewed. I will accept. Let's see. I'm muting Dennis Terwilliger. And everybody's muted but you and me at this point in time. And Hammer.
Yeah, it's fine now.
Chairman Hammersley.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Volpe here, and thank you so much for the presentation. I do have a couple of questions because this map does convey quite a bit about the property and a couple of different uses. Could you just clarify, would you be splitting the parcel at any time to allow like half of it to be a rehab facility and half of it to be a hospice? Is that on the table, or is all these different uses just being thrown out there to get the consensus of the commission as stated in the submitted overview of the property?
Seb, are you going to be handling the questions directly? One of you guys has to. You're muted. Make sure you unmute yourself and state your name.
This is Sev Bovin. Is Dennis on? Maybe he's best suited for that question. If he intends to.
Yes, this is Dennis Terwilliger. I'm on. Commissioner Volpe, on that question, as we contemplated the use for the drug and alcohol treatment, what we envisioned were 3 different sections of the property. We were going to devote the top floor of one building for the detoxification. That involves 10 bedrooms, a maximum total of about 18 people. We envision about 5,000 square feet in LaConch Hall, which is the first building that Sev talked about. For the offices, there'd be business offices, therapy offices, and a group meeting room. And then we would be devoting 10 of the apartments for the sober living facility. And that is the extent of that. That is all we're looking for that. That's going to be less than, I'm going to say less than 20% of the total use of the property.
Thank you. So what I'm seeing on this map when in regards to hospice and possibly the cancer care unit in building number 10, those would be considered separate from, but also in operation with the rehab facility. While that's operating, you will also have that operating at a building 10. I just need to understand.
That's Commissioner Volpe.
Commissioner Volpe.
Yes, this is Dennis Terwilliger again. Building number 10, building number 10 stands on its own. It's really the medical building of all the buildings. And we would envision there that the hospice center, as well as orthopedic rehab and cancer care and that sort of thing, would all be in that building. And that building would be self-contained. It has its own parking, its own entrances. It would be operating separately from everything else on the campus as we would envision it. Now, there may be an administrative office in LaConch Hall in building number 1, because as we see LaConch Hall with all of its offices, that it would end up being a central point for several of the businesses. It would make sense for people to come into that as the administration building, but then the actual operations for that would all be contained in that one building. What we're not sure of, because we just don't know this yet, is, for example, when we start looking at prospective people to look at running operations there, it could be that the hospice operation wants more space in the building, and then it really could take over the whole building, actually, in which case that's all we'd have there. We wouldn't do the other things. It just depends on how this, how things turn out. We just don't know that yet. It's a catch-22. Without the approvals, we don't have, it's hard to attract anybody because there's nothing really that we can talk about. Once we have approvals, then we can look to prospective tenants who may find these properties attractive to do what they'd like to do.
Thank you, Dennis. I do have one more question regarding some public concerns about safety. In the property condition report, there was no mention of any infrastructural upgrades at this time. Would there be any additional plans should the rehab facility eventually go in to reinforce some of the safety, just understanding that it was a concern of the local public?
Oh, yes. I mean, safety I'm sorry, this is Dennis Terwilliger again. Safety is an important issue in all of this. Now, I can tell you that as part of, say, the Joint Commission accreditation process, there are all these safety protocols that are established in the drug and alcohol rehab facilities to make sure that that they have a means of dealing with any issue that arises. And the Joint Commission comes in to provide a review every year to maintain that accreditation. The same thing happens too, because the Joint Commission would also be the ones who would certify the detoxification medical facility. So that again has a whole set of protocols for safety. As far as the sober living facility, there's a whole set of rules and regulations there. You can't believe how strict it is to be in that environment. It's not, there's no party environment in that particular facility. There's so many rules and regulations about what people can and can't do that because we don't, no one wants any trouble whatsoever. So again, that's all established. Now, unfortunately for Connecticut, there's no accrediting body for this particular operation. But we have an accrediting body here in Florida, and we have all the rules and regulations that are appropriate to bring to Connecticut to make sure that the facility operates correctly. And we have people here to make sure that we vet these operators properly and that they follow all the rules.
Commissioner Volpe here. Thank you again, Dennis. I appreciate you doing the overview of that for us and answering some of those questions. I do find it to be pertinent overall to the health and safety of our town to consider such a facility with the rising rate of opioid use in our town. It is something to think about, and the amount that the town spends on curtailing that rising use. So I do appreciate the thought. I also appreciate the thought of the hospice center. I'll digress for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. Commissioner Locke, you're next. Any questions?
Yes. As far as the safety and everything of the facility, would there be like full-time security, like making sure people aren't wandering around and stuff, like heading towards, any of the roads and things like that?
This is Dennis Terwilliger again. Yes, the normal way in which these facilities are secured are through the use of what are called behavioral health technicians, behavioral health techs. These techs are actually, well, again, at least in Florida, they're licensed. I don't know about Connecticut, but we would expect to see, again, that same high standard. And the behavioral health techs are responsible for managing the movement of clients and managing what happens to them from session to session. And yes, it's because keep this in mind though, these clients who are in this facility are there voluntarily. As I mentioned early on, when it comes to making a choice as to what operator would operate this facility, we're only interested in operators that have accreditation and who are geared to those types of clients. We're not interested in seeing clients who are court-ordered to be there against their will because, as you all know, you can't force someone to do something they don't want to do. The best possible way for someone to recover is to want to. And so, yes, they're watched carefully. It's typically in the course of a week, these patients are seeing therapists one-on-one several times. They're in group meetings several times. So they're very closely monitored. They're monitored not only by the therapist, but by the clinical director, by the medical director. there is a very, very close relationship that develops here so that no one falls through the cracks. Besides, the thought that we're going to limit this to maybe a 5,000 square foot facility means that that this particular treatment center would be small, not big. People are going to know everybody. All the professionals will know all the clients, and that's a good thing. No one's going to slip through the cracks. That won't happen. And they're not dangerous people, really. They're not this group, because again, we're not interested in having an operator there who's bringing in, people forced to be there because the court says so. No way. We're not going to do that. Not interested. Well, I can't hear you, ma'am. You're muted.
Said, thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate it.
Okay,
Can
thank
you tell me, is the access road that's going out to Mount Vernon Road, is that going to still be closed off like that?
This is Dennis Twilliger. I didn't realize that you're talking about the access road that is by building number 11. That one?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't believe that's really used at all. That actually was used more as a construction entrance at the time. I mean, it's viable, but we don't see that as egress or ingress at all. We're going to use the normal means of egress and ingress that have been there a long time at the north side of the property.
That gate is, that access actually gated and locked,
Yes.
and
And
it
it
was
will
used
stay
for
like that.
construction.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And just one other question. At the back, the far back of the property that is closest to Mountain Pound Road, is there any type of fencing or a buffer that's there that allows people not to really walk through and get to their properties?
This is Dennis Twilliger. I'm really not sure that I'm not sure now that there's a fence there between the boundary of our property and the residences there on the south end. I don't know.
This is Seb Bovino. There is no fence there, but we can provide a fence.
Oh, we certainly could. Sure.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments, and I think it would be a little bit more secure with a fence being up there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Susan. Next is Bob Salka. Any questions, Commissioner Salka?
Yeah, before you go, Commissioner Salka, Commissioner or Chairman Hammersley, if you could just be a little bit louder. I did have one comment, if you can, that it was hard to hear you.
Okay, Dennis, I have a couple of questions concerning. We spent a lot of time talking about the detox and the drug portion of this facility, and you keep talking about the kind of procedures that you have in place in Florida that we do not have here in Connecticut. How do we assure ourselves that you talk about it's going to be a very small facility? I think you said 2,500 square feet or something like that. If we approve it, how do we know that it stays that small and doesn't grow, because that may be your primary usage, number one. And number two is, how do we assure ourselves that these are all voluntary commitments and not court directed people coming in? How do we assure ourselves of that?
This is Dennis Terwilliger again. I am as concerned about the safety and security of the neighborhood and our property and our other tenants as you are. And I think, and I don't have a problem with this concept that as we vet people who we would consider to provide those services on the property to actually sit down with town planners to review that. Now, I understand that the town really can't say yes or no, but I mean, in the spirit of cooperation, we want to make sure that we have the right people. I can tell you that our intention, because it's important to us too, to make sure that there are no issues here that could affect either the neighborhood or any other tenants on the property. The last thing we want would be any people in treatment that don't want to be there, or loose cannons, or have come from, you know, a situation that's not conducive to recovery. So we're going to be very careful about who it is that comes in here to operate the facility. Now, with respect to the comment about the Florida standards, I'm not at all sure that Connecticut does not have those standards. They very well may. I do know this, that the accreditation commissions are national. The Joint Commission's national. And if we have a treatment center that has that accreditation, that is really a very high quality standard. That's something that we had ourselves here. And I can tell you that, everything is going to be done properly. And we would be looking for that as an important aspect of considering them to do this. We, as far as having the facility become bigger, I don't see that. The reason I say that is we're not really interested as partners in having someone come in to take over the entire facility or to take over some large part of it. We think it has to be small. And we think that it has to be small because, for one thing, we have so many other uses. We don't want the drug and alcohol facility to dominate in any way. I'm thinking it'll be clearly less than 20% of the whole operation, and that includes the apartments for the sober living as well as the detox center. We intend and we will keep apartments available for educational purposes. That's important. We want that back on that campus. Now, we understand it's going to be smaller than it was before, but we need those apartments for students, not for anything else. So I think the answer to this is I can say that we'd be happy to sit down with Lou Carello and Rob, and as we have candidates, and just informally discuss who we're looking at, and show, or just because we're as interested as you are in the safety and in protecting property and protecting everything here for everyone, including our other tenants here. We really are.
Dennis, it's Sev. Sorry to interrupt. Would you be willing to stipulate a certain percentage so that the commission can be comfortable with it?
Yes, this is Dennis Twiller again. Yeah, I would think so. Looking at what we plan to do, given the square footage that would be devoted to the apartments for sober living and the square footage on that one floor of Palmisano Hall, and I would say at 20% of the facility, that would be very workable if the commission wanted to say, okay, for these three uses, you can't exceed 20% of the square footage. I think that would work.
Dennis, a couple more questions. Basically, currently you own that particular property, correct? The entire property.
I can't. I'm sorry. I can't hear you well.
Rob, can you hear me? Bob,
I can hear you now.
okay, I'm back. I guess I'm off of mute now. You basically own this entire facility, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I guess the question would be, are you going to lease out various people? For example, the drug rehab would be leased to one partner or one facility. The education would be leased out to someone else, or would you sell portions of the property to each of these various things that you're talking about? How would that work?
This is Dennis Twilliger again. I would, about the only way it would work would be leasing to individual parties who want to perform the individual services. I don't think we could break it up like into a condominium type. There are going to be central services that everyone needs that are going to be provided by us, whether it's snow removal or it's, site lighting or, so as I envision this, it would be leasing to individual operators for the things that they want to do on the campus. That's how I see it.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. That's all I have, Bob Salko.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Peter Santago. Peter, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The more I listen to this, the more issue I have, mainly because we're talking about these things like it's a done deal, when in reality, none of it is. This is a speculative conversation. There's a lot of words like would be, could be, but you don't have a buyer. This is a, if you build it, they will come type of thing. So, if you were here, I'll make something up. Number 10, Devenir Hall. And next to you, you had, for example, Hartford Healthcare here, who said, yep, and we're going to put this facility, and here's how the security is going to be, and here's the drugs that will be here, and here's how we're going to secure those drugs, and here's how these things are going to work. Suddenly, there's a feeling of, okay, there's something definitive there. You can get your teeth into it. I get it. But we're not talking about any of this. So you're people. Now, that said, some of these uses, if I look at on the map, numbers 2, 4, 7, one can make the argument that they are in keeping with the spirit and intent of what's already there, which was an educational facility. Other things, a tenant, it's to say, yeah, just go ahead. The other issue that I have has to do with residential. When it was Briar, when it was Lincoln College, Brooks Hall, Palmisano Hall, as I remember back in the day, were dormitories. So a dormitory as it relates to college in an R40, R80 zone, I get it. However, now we have apartments. They're not dormitories. So would we be setting precedent by saying, I now have an apartment in an R40, R80 zone where other builders say, hey, well, you put an apartment there. So the residential aspect, if I take the adjective of drug rehab, what have you, and simply say, that's a big step, particularly when in it. So, application before us, I'm going to have issue, I guess. Right now, I know I'm going to need more time to kind of think about that. But, some aspects of it, okay, go ahead. Like the ones that I said. But the medical ones, the residential aspect of it, I'm really, absent a tenant, reluctant to say, yeah, go ahead, blindly, without something, and to the other facilities. And I don't need, or am I trying to say that the things you propose, we need alcohol, hospice, cardiac, orthopedic, cancer, my family's probably touched by every single one of them. So I get it. However, a car, yeah, go ahead and hopefully you get somebody. I'm going to need a bit with that. So I don't know if you can make me feel better, but those are some of the things that as I hear this conversation going, kind of questions in my head.
This is Dennis Terwilliger. I'll do my best to answer you. We have an interesting situation because right now we're only approved for one use, and that's as a school. I really can't go anywhere, really, and talk to anybody seriously about a lease for anything when I don't have any right to offer the property in that way. So this is a bit of a catch-22. This is why we ended up with a master plan saying, okay, we're operating within the special use guidelines because that's what we need to do in this zone. And these are the things that fit the property. Our intention would be, assuming the commission approves these uses, would be then to say to tenants, okay, we really do have a facility. We'd like you to take a look at it. And we believe it will serve these needs very well. So it's because of the catch-22, we're seeking the approval so that we then really can, in a bona fide way, go to people and say, we have something to offer you that we'd like you to look at. That's why we're doing it this way. I don't know how to do it otherwise. On the question of the dormitories were actually always built as apartments. You know, they were built, the dormitories in Brooks Hall were built as 23-bedroom townhouse apartments. We were trying to teach kids. We actually took students out to get their groceries and cook. So there's full kitchens, living rooms, dining rooms, and everything is there as an apartment. And that's how we created the dorms in the first place. In the newest building, Palmisano Hall, those apartments are all on one floor. There's no stairway, which makes it more amenable to the assisted living concept because no one has to go up and down stairs. So we don't see this as apartments per se. Like, for example, the use of it in the sober living facility, there's really a medical thing going on there. We're actually helping people transition back into their normal lives. You know, I don't know, as I say, we don't know how else to do this. As we talk with the planners in the town, we came up with this master plan concept thinking this was really the only practical way. I understand that we only have so long to be able to bring a tenant onto the property or we lose the special permit. And that's fine. I don't mind being under that pressure. We will work hard to find proper tenants that can come in there and do justice to the property because it's a fine property. And so, but yeah, we know there's a time limit when you approve these uses. We don't have forever to, you just go ahead and find the right people to come in, and we're okay with that.
Let me ask you, Santiago, if we were to say, though, that number 4 and number 7 already fit that it's a school, call that phase 1. Now all of a sudden you and can go solicit a tenant while to find tenants for other things, rather than us sit here and say, we're going to approve this whole picture have a nice day. And you come back multiple times as you secure things in a more tangible way. That would be a way to do it as well.
Well, I'd say, but I think basically one of the issues for us is that we need to go from a vacant campus that is costing, which has a considerable cost to carry, as you can imagine, to a campus that actually has life in it, and we move that life into the campus quickly, and prudently. But I mean, we need to do this in a sooner rather than later, because just the economics dictate that. And so I would say, if you give us the opportunity to pursue these permits, we'll work hard to get proper people in there. And we want this, it's been first-class property, forever. We're going to keep it that way with first-class tenants. That's the idea.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Chairman, thank you.
This is Sev Bovino, Mr. Santago. I'd like to answer your question. I don't know if you know this, but the owners have been marketing this property for the last year or so locally and nationally as a unit, and they have had no success because everyone would ask the question, what can we do with the property? And right now, like Mr. Tarwilger stated, it is approved for a school and nothing else. So that is why we're here to ask these multiple uses which are contemplated under the regulations. By the way, we are R40 zone, not an R80 zone.
R40, yeah, right.
And that's why we're here, because once the commission agrees, it says, okay, these uses can be contemplated under certain scenarios, then we can go out there and get people, they can rely on something. They're not going to invest money if they cannot rely on something. So that's what we're here for. So if there is any way that we can put stipulation or we can give you some assurances, that's a position we're in. If we don't get these approvals, the property is going to be vacant. Nobody's going to buy a large property like this because it costs a lot of money to run it. Vacant.
Okay. Thank you, Seth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You all set? Commissioner Macchio?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Emsley. As we go down the list, a lot of the questions I had in mind have already been discussed, so it gets tougher and tougher. Mr. Terwilliger, you did mention about people coming, not being forced, like by court order. People who want to come there, like for drug or alcohol rehab. How do you, if someone has a court order and says they got to go there, do you just walk away from that? How do we get assurance that no one's coming there from a court order?
This is Dennis Terwilliger again. The way that system works is that the court has relationships with certain drug and alcohol treatment centers to accept folks on court order. And that's one of the first questions we ask. So if you were applying, and when we found that you actually were in that business of serving the courts, then you're not a candidate for our property. It's as simple as that. And because we know that would represent a risk to everybody. We don't want that type of client in treatment. The courts, I know they think it works well that they can hit people over the head with a hammer to get them clean and sober. That's not been my experience. So we simply will understand your business before we agree that we're going to do any business with you, to make sure that you're treating people who are there voluntarily, and if you're not a candidate. And as I said before, we don't have a problem actually sitting down with town officials on this, because we understand how important and sensitive this matter is. So we will. And I have no problem with Lou and Rob reviewing who we're looking at, to just so everyone's comfortable before we make any commitments to anybody. That's how we're going to protect everybody.
Okay, I'll go with that for the time being. You mentioned was, when they come in, a lot of times with drug or alcohol, they do testing, and you said you test on a frequent basis. Can you elaborate on that? What is frequent? Once a week, once a month, every day?
This is Dennis Torg again. When it comes to the sober living facility, the tests are done about every 3 days. Keep in mind a couple of things. Folks there are expected to do a number of things in a very structured way to move themselves back into normal society or back home. They're expected to work. They're expected to, keep their room neat and tidy. It's really much like a military operation, if you will. They're expected to go to meetings, and they're tested. No guests are allowed on the property. That's part of the rules and regulations. They can have family come get them, typically on the weekend, to come off the campus for a little while. But basically, when they come back, they're tested. So it's a closed loop system here with folks that are in that situation. And the treatment center, where you have outpatients, and typically outpatients form a fairly significant number of patients who are in treatment, then yes, testing is done on the spot, right there in the treatment center when they come to the meetings. That's how it's done. And it's analyzed immediately. So again, because, and these clients know that, and that helps them keep straight. Because, in the early weeks of rehabilitation, there are a lot of temptations. There's a lot of, they just need that discipline to make sure they stay on the straight and narrow, and they develop new habits, which take some time.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Macchio again. Thank you. Talk somewhat about safety. What do you feel the mix of having nurses and at the same time having alcohol rehab, some other things like that? How do you get that mixed together? Do you feel that might be a possible safety for those people?
In the medical detox facility, safety is not an issue. What happens there is that when folks come into that facility to help them come off of alcohol or any other drugs that are potentially deadly, they're sedated to the point where basically what happens is they sleep most of the time. They're groggy. They're kept, I don't want to say, not drugged on purpose, but just the nature of the medications causes them to be subdued. And what has to happen there is time needs to pass, and proper medicines need to be administered so that they come off these drugs without, having physical harm. So they're not, I've never heard of an issue in a detox center where someone's, gone crazy. That just doesn't happen in that setting. With respect to the treatment center itself, as I say, everybody's there voluntarily. We have behavioral health techs. These behavioral health techs are typically, not that they look like, armed guards or not, but I mean, they're trained in dealing with any kind of conflict that arises, and so that's all minimized. So you just don't have an issue there either. This whole idea of treatment is for folks to relate to each other, and folks to be open what's going on in their lives. Now, if someone steps out of line or doesn't pass a test, they're disciplined. And that discipline very often will involve them being removed from the treatment center and sent back to their parents or wherever it was that, however it was they got there. But all that's very strictly controlled. I think if you were to investigate treatment centers in the area, I know Southington doesn't have any, but other towns do. I don't think you're going to find that the treatment centers are actually receiving or placing lots of calls to the police department or anything like that. It just doesn't run like that. These folks are not violent by nature. They're just not. So that's been our experience anyway here in Florida.
Okay, this is Mr. Macchio again. Mr. Terwilliger, that's appreciated. I'm through for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim. Commissioner Gork.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jeff Gork. Did you, I couldn't hear you. Was that for me? Okay.
Commissioner Gork, if you have any questions, I want to open it up for you.
Okay. Yeah. So this is Commissioner Gork. A lot of the safety and security issues were raised already by the other commissioners that I had. Some other thoughts revolved around possible stipulations that could be put in place, and I don't know if Rob could attest to this, or if I guess it was 20% of the facility in square footage that was thrown out for drug and rehab. And then also possible buffer or fencing along the southern border. I don't know if the applicant would, be amenable to both of those, or just his thoughts on those issues.
This is Dennis Terwilliger again. We don't have a problem with either of those. That's okay. As I say, as we envision the use for drug and alcohol addiction and treatment, 20%, which would be about 20,000 square feet, most of which would be taken up by the bedrooms, is fine, because that means the treatment center will be small, around 5,000 feet. That's fine with us. And putting a fence on the southern border, that's fine too. We don't have a problem with that.
Okay, Commissioner Gork again. My other concern, I know for drug and rehab, a lot of people are worried about potential issues with safety for their communities in the neighboring area. Have you, I don't know how familiar you are with this, but have you heard or seen in your other facilities or locations of increased police activity or calls in the areas, or can you attest to anything of that?
This is Dennis Terwilliger again. No, I think there have been times, like in any living situation, where you'll have people who will maybe argue with each other over something. But the idea of calling the police is something that doesn't happen often. I'm not saying it never happens. I think it could happen. Again, behavioral health techs are always there on staff and on duty to make sure that the intervention takes place. Plus, folks are always with therapists or the clinical director or both in dealing with whatever it is that they're dealing with. Also, part of the treatment is to teach people how to be, more creative. There's music, there's art, there are a lot of things that are being delivered up as part of the whole treatment plan to help people change their whole approach toward life and to get them out of old habits. No, we don't have, it's not a violent situation by nature, no.
Okay, Commissioner Gork again. Now, you are the property owner. The other properties that you own, you aren't directly involved in the activities of drug and rehab centers yourself, are you? Or is it just something you own the property and you lease out to these companies, and then you basically have no other direct involvement?
This is Dennis Terwilliger again. Well, here in Florida, yes, I actually have been directly involved in drug and alcohol with two other partners. And while my role was more administrative, the other partners actually operated these facilities And of course, being very close to this, I've learned everything about it. And so that's why I know so much about how all of it works.
Commissioner Gwark again. That is basically all I had. Like I said, most of the other commissioners addressed a lot of the other concerns that I had written down. So thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Hey, Jeff, thanks. Commissioner Coviello.
Yeah, hi, this is Commissioner Coviello. I'll kind of echo what others have said. A lot of the questions and concerns I have already come up, so I don't really want to rehash. I guess maybe just one statement that I will make, kind of in line with Commissioner Santago. I guess the challenge I have with it, I get the chicken and egg nature of this. It's how do you market a property until you know the uses of the property. But I'm trying to place myself in kind of the seat that we're in from a commission. And, it's almost the inverse, is if we just kind of from a blanket sense, just authorize a bunch of uses on a property, I think we give up a little bit of control on what can be there. And to me, this is a little bit hypothetical, right? We're not really seeing, really a real thing in front of us. This is, just what could be. So I guess that's the concern I have a little bit. I think I would have to, maybe kind of noodle it a little more, really understand it, prior to really being able to weigh in on it. But other than that, I think, most of the questions and concerns that were raised were similar to the questions I had. But I'll just pause with that comment.
Dennis, any response? Or...
Dennis Terwilliger, would you like me to respond to that?
I don't think you need to.
If you'd like to, that'd be fine.
No, as I say, what we did in the planning was to identify where each activity was going to go, and that's what we plan to do. And we've been working closely with the planning department on this as we go forward. We realize that because of the catch-22 nature of this, that someone could come in and say, hey, I want, I'd rather have Palmisano Hall than Devonier Hall. And we've talked about that with Rob, I guess the answer is we if that happens, we would come back to the commission to discuss anything that might change. Although I think the way we've laid it out is the most reasonable way and what we plan to pursue with people. We provided for adequate space for each thing, and I think it's going to work okay. We just need to have something to go to the market with and say, hey, we have something here that you can use. Right now, we don't, and so that's why we're in front of you to help. And hopefully, you can help us with this.
Understood. Thank you for that.
Okay.
You all set, Joe?
Yep, that's good for me, Bob. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Teresa Albanese, any questions?
Yes, hi. Can everyone hear me? This is Teresa Albanese. Rob, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in.
Okay, great. I do have a few questions. I understand that this is formally coming up as a master plan, and it's something that needs to happen. I totally understand that. In order to understand what potential uses and what's the feasibility of utilizing this former college property. I guess one of my major questions is, it appears to me that this might be developed as a phased facility, like it would be a phased facility development based on what commitments and what potential tenants you do get in place. You are able to obtain, with the understanding that if you do get a special permit for this project. And with that being said, if this is a phased facility development, I'm assuming that might mean that there would be times when certain uses would be, leased to certain operator tenants, and then there'd be other properties, other buildings that would be still lay by the wayside and still wouldn't be utilized. And that, you know, or whether they get converted to the uses that would be potentially authorized by the special permit. So that's one question, and I'm assuming it would be a phased facility development. I don't know, and maybe Rob can answer this. What's the life of the special use permit? What the timeline is for that? How applicable it is? How long it is, you know, authorized for?
Yeah, Rob Phillips, Planning Director. Yeah, that's a simple answer, actually. Special permit approvals run with the land. And that means in perpetuity. Once it's granted, there's a vested right to conduct whatever it is that's approved by that property owner, including transfers to future property owners. The only caveat, and it's backed by case law, is in situations where there's an earth excavation, where there's constant change on a site, and it's subject to a special permit, that can be reviewed and renewed at different timeframes. But that's the only caveat.
Okay, thank you, Robert. The other question I have, concern I have is, I understand that there was a Board of Health, some correspondence from the Board of Health regarding the water and also septic, but then there's no feasibility study that's been done regarding any potential modifications needed for septic, assuming that, you know, that would be a large study that needs to be done to assess what the existing conditions are for the septic facilities, systems that are in place for these various buildings, and then what would need to be done after the fact. And I guess that would come along with the process as this gets further along in the actual application. But that is a concern of mine and should be a concern for the commission. I also wanted to know if, and I did hear the other commissioners mentioning policing, any other policing proposed other than security, and that is a concern of mine as well. I would like to know a little bit more about that. I do think that with various types of uses and facilities and mixed uses, that would be a major concern and a major issue, and something that would need to be addressed and formally formalized somehow with the town. The last thing I want to ask is, if there, considering that this might be kind of like a facility that, since it has so many, would potentially have so many uses possibly, what has there been any interaction with the applicant, with any of the regional organizations, county regional organizations, CROGs, or any regional other facilities that, you know, locally, and not so much only in Southington, but in Harford County, other hospitals, other types of facilities, that there could be a better understanding of what needs to happen with a facility like this that would be developed. And if there's been any kind of, you know, interaction with any of these other organizations, whether it's the CROGs or other medical facilities or institutions like this that's proposed. And I guess that's a question for Dennis.
This is Dennis Terwilliger. No, actually, we haven't pursued any type of interaction like that right now. Again, we think we really thought we have to wait until we have something to talk about. So no, we haven't done that.
If I can jump in real quick, Rob Phillips, Planning Director. As far as referrals to Capital Region Council of Governments or any kind of RP, regional planning agency, this doesn't meet any of the qualifications to send a review out to them, so therefore they wouldn't be involved here. I know you had mentioned something about the septic suitability or capability for all these uses. You know, certainly with the flow that would come from this site, either individually or in a congregate situation, they're going to be subject to Department of Public Health and or the DEEP. Having said that, our health department, the Plainville Southington Health Department, did review files, their files on this property, and there is, because of some of the age of some of the structures and history, the file was a little incomplete, so they do have concerns and questions on this that need to be resolved, before we really can do anything from a local standpoint on this.
Thank you. Thank you. This is Teresa Albanese again. I have no further questions. Thank you, Dennis and Robert.
Thanks, Teresa. Commissioner Coles, you're up next. Any questions?
We're going to see if Caleb can speak. If he can't, we'll give him a second here. If not, I do have a question that he had emailed me to read into the. Caleb, can you?
How's that?
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Shoot.
Sorry for the delay. So my concern is with regard to a facility like this, especially the sober house aspect of it, and a lot of the business models that I've seen on a professional side have required that dormitory style occupancy be compacted in order to get enough clients to pay the bills, so to speak. Because individuals who are undergoing treatment for addictions often are considered a protected class under the Constitution, a lot of local laws are kind of overridden. My concern is that what assurances can you give us to say that the spaces that you have, the apartments or the dormitories that you have, won't be overoccupied? My real concern is that if we put too many people in these buildings in order to pay the bills, it kind of does fall into the last question that Commissioner Albanese asked about the septic system and the design capacity for those buildings. And all of a sudden we have a situation where we might have septic blowouts and failure without an acceptable reserve space. I'll mute my phone because I don't even know if this is coming through very well, but good luck with that question. Thank you.
Loud and clear, Caleb.
Yes, this is Dennis. There's some feedback somewhere. This is Dennis Twilliger. We right now we have 26 apartments on the campus and 90 bedrooms. When it operated as a school, those 90 bedrooms were occupied by as many as 220 students. So that meant slightly more than 2 students per bedroom on the average. And I think, some bedrooms had, they had twin beds. They have a bunk bed and a twin bed. What we would envision here for the 10 units that would be devoted to the sober living facility, those 10 units have a total of 30 bedrooms, and we would not have more than 2 people per bedroom. So I see the total population of that, and this is what we included in the traffic study, to be not more than 60 residents in that program. That's it. We don't plan to expand it beyond the 10 units. That's all we're devoting to this. We're going to devote another 10 units to students as part of a medical program. Educational program that'll be on the other side of this property. The property we're dealing with here that has the 20 units is that U-shaped building on the map. That's number 9. And so it's very easy for us to separate the 2 sides with a huge, there's a huge space in the middle, so we can keep everything separate. But no, we're talking about 30 bedrooms with a total maximum of 60 people in that program, and that's it. Frankly, I think it would, I don't know. I'm thinking that that would be, again, one of the conditions of an operator coming in. And as I've said before, we also have accreditation here in Florida that we would impose, even though you don't have the accreditation at all in Connecticut, we have all the rules and regulations we would impose on the operator to make sure this runs correctly. Because again, we really want to make sure everything's done properly and safely and protects everybody. So that would be the idea. So it'd be less dense use of as compared to when we had it as a school.
Sorry to interrupt. This is Seb Bovina. I'm back on the screen now. The screen went dead. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. In regard to the SEP system, when the users come forward, we'll be comparing the data to the data that we gathered years ago for the college when we did multiple additions to this facility. And once the analysis is done, will be determined if there is any need for additional subsystem fields. There's a lot of land area to the south of the property in this area here, which we could expand the system. The existing condition map that's shown on the screen shows the multiple subsystems to the property. One is on the north side where the parking lot is. Additional one is in the center of the property where the apartments are, the dorms, and then a large one in the south central area of the property, which is shown on the existing condition map. So we will do that. It's hard to hear.
Caleb, any other questions?
Caleb, can you hear us?
I've got Mr. Chairman, I have one more question, please.
Okay.
Bob Selka.
Go ahead.
We've spent the last hour talking about spending all of the time basically talking about the drug rehab portion of this particular complex. And I'm just wondering, as part of an application, aren't we allowed, as far as the planning and zoning, to say, out of the list of the items or the list of the functions that can be held in this kind of facility with a special permit? What would be the option of saying that I like all of the other items that he's got on the list, that Dennis has on the list, but can we exclude the drug rehab portion of this proposal as going forward? We spent, over an hour talking about the drug rehab, not about any of the educational, the adult care, the nursery, the orthopedics, etc. And I'm just wondering, because I have a concern with regards to the drug rehab in its entirety. I'm just wondering, could we not eliminate that portion? And can you still market the property with that excluded from one of the options?
So let me try to answer your question, Bob, and Rob Phillips. If I miss anything, please don't hesitate to shore that up. But I think we have a lot of latitude with regards to this application. Special permitted applications probably provide the most latitude that the commission has. And the short answer to your question is yes, we can eliminate the drug rehab component to the application as part of our approval, and include or eliminate any other portion of the application that we see fit. I think we, so long as we base our reasoning within the confines of of Section 8 of our regulations, I think that we're pretty safe to do that. I don't know if Rob has anything else to add there.
No, Chairman Hammersley, you are absolutely correct. The commission can approve as is, or they can approve with modifications, all based upon whether the proposal fits in with the Section 8 as far as compatibility with the surrounding area and or intercompatibility between uses.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Salka?
Yes, it does. At this point, unless there's additional questions, and I know that we have a number of people that perhaps want to talk, but what I'd like to do is I'd like to propose that a motion that we continue the public hearing until till July, June 16th at 7 o'clock. Hopefully by that time, we will have be open where we'll be able to do face to face because there's an awful lot of questions, an awful lot of documents, an awful lot of people I think that perhaps want to voice their opinion. And it's very difficult to do it in this kind of presentation. So I would like to propose that we continue the public hearing until July 16th at 7 o'clock, our next meeting.
But you're not making a motion, Commissioner Salka, right? We still have to allow the public. They are here.
Correct. That is correct.
So Commissioner Salka, if I could just speak to that, and I think that's an excellent idea. I think that, you know, when we started off the meeting tonight, I stated that we take great pride in giving all our citizens the opportunity to come before us and state their opinions and their perspective on things. And I think that this format really doesn't lend itself to being the best format for that. And, you know, while I appreciate the applicant's patience and cooperation, having foregone a public hearing over the last month and a half or so, I think that allowing the commission the opportunity to digest a couple of things, and frankly, I think one of the things that's come out of the conversations that we've heard so far is that there's a lot of things out there that need to be beefed up a little bit. I mean, we're talking about the septic system is one, the traffic study is another one that I don't think anyone's addressed, which I'm happy. I want to talk to that in a second. There's a question about the security and those types of things. There's a real estate evaluation that was just dropped on us today, which, you know, we're required to have 24 hours ahead of time. So even if we wanted to, we couldn't act on it for that fact. So I think that opening this or putting this public hearing out to at least June 16th, and that's in consideration of the governor's executive order, which puts the most recent timeline out to May 20th, and our next or our second meeting in May is the day before May 20th. It's May 19th. So, and I think just giving it some time for the applicant to gather information from the comments that the commission has raised and comments that will be raised by the public in a minute or so, I think that it's a good idea to probably continue this public hearing out until June 16th. And unless any other commissioner has any objection to that, then I think that at the end of the day, that's probably what we'll do after we give the public the opportunity to state their support or opposition to this application. So, Commissioner Salka, your point is well taken. I don't know, Commissioner Salka, if you have any other questions or.
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, but before we open it up to the public, I just wanted to state a couple things that I'm concerned about from my perspective. One is the issue of the septic tank and septic service there. It's been raised by a couple different commissioners. I'm not going to beat that horse, but I think it is something that we'd like to get a little bit more clarification on before we do this. And from a commission standpoint, it's awfully difficult to approve an application without a lot of certainty being provided. And I understand the position that the applicant is in, and I can appreciate that to an extent. And I think that you all appreciate the position that we're in. We're here to represent the 45,000 residents of the town of Southington to make sure that whatever ends up happening here is done in the best interest of all 45,000 residents of the town. And as Commissioner Albanese raised the question, and I've said this before with regards to other applications, we got to be careful because the approval or anything that goes with this application goes with the property. So if Dennis decided to sell the property the day after we gave an approval, let's say, then those approvals go to whoever the next seller is. And while I appreciate Dennis saying that he's concerned and he wants to make sure that certain things don't happen and certain things do happen, it really doesn't mean much in the sense that you're asking us to approve something for that piece of property. And I think that we have an obligation and a responsibility to do that as best as we can. So there are those things. The plan of conservation and development is another thing that I think is important. I've not been shy in the past about bringing this up as something that I look to as a guide for our decisions. The most recent plan of conservation and development that was adopted in 2016 continues to utilize this space as an R40, R80 zone. I'm not sure that given the proposal that I'm looking at right now, that the high use that's likely to generate is something that's contemplated in that type of zone under the POCD. So I'll put that on the record, and something I'd like you to come back and answer when we come back with you all back, in the middle of June. The real estate evaluation, I really haven't had a chance to look at. As I said, we probably got it an hour or two before the meeting started. I don't even think it's up at the on the website right now, so members of the public haven't had an opportunity to look at that either. And we're obligated to only consider things that we get 24 hours in advance. The traffic report. I'm not a huge fan of traffic reports. I think if you look at my comments with regards to other applications in the 4 years that I've been here, you can see that. I'm a little bit concerned that there's a lot of assumptions that seem to be being made in the context of this traffic report. And I think that those things need to be cleared up a little bit. And I'll just call out one sentence in here, which states that the proposed layout of uses of Briarwood campus would have to be assumed this time. Given the fact that, as was stated earlier, that this whatever action we end up taking goes with the property, I'm not one who feels very comfortable with basing an approval on assumptions that are being made to provide an assumption, which is a traffic study. I don't think that if we approve this, that this would be a minor traffic generator for that part of our town. And I think that with regards to its proximity to West Street, that I'm less than comfortable with feeling okay that it's not going to have some detrimental effect to some degree on the West Street corridor, which is something that, again, I've been on the record pretty consistently about being concerned about. So I think that to the applicant, and after this, I'm going to open it up to the public to comment, but I think that the applicant needs to go back and get additional information, try to provide us with some sense of certainty, even though there's a level of uncertainty in what you're asking us to do. And then with that, we'll take the appropriate action. So with that, I think that unless Rob or any other commissioner has anything else to add, and we've been on this for almost 2 hours now, and we have other applicants that are waiting. But I'm inclined to open it up to any member of the public who's in favor of the application initially, and then we'll do the people who are opposed to the application. I'll just remind members of the public, just state your name when you come up, your name and address. And also, we will be continuing this public hearing to June 16th, which will hopefully be in a forum that's a little bit more conducive to a one-on-one conversation and deliberation. So if there's anyone who is in favor of this application, I'd ask them to identify themselves and come forward and give us their perspective, please.
Hold on 1 second, Chairman Hammersley. Let me just kind of make a couple of comments and kind of set the stage here. Director of Planning Phillips again. Just so everybody knows, the chairman mentioned tabling, or I should say continuing the hearing till June 16th. That would be at 7 p.m. The reason why that's even possible, because it is a number of days out from, usually it's 35 days you have to close the public hearing. You could extend the time as well. But the governor's executive order does allow up to 90 days extra on top of that as well because of the public health emergency. So totally within the time frames to potentially continue the hearing out to that date. Having said that, I'm going to try and see if I can share my screen to show the public who's able to see the presentation right now how to get to the public participation or the participant window and hopefully raise their hands, and hopefully we can keep some level of organization here. For those who have to call in and can't do a hand raise, so to speak, you can always, hopefully at the end, after we've gone through those folks, you can always try to speak up and we'll try to take it one at a time. If not, either way, anybody can, again, email me, Phillips, it's PHILLIPSR @southington.org, and I'll be checking that as I've been doing through this meeting as much as I possibly can here. So let me see if I can share my screen. Okay, let me see. I want to share actually this share. Settings, start. Not sure I can share my screen to show the actual meeting, but if everybody was to look at the bottom of their screen, just move your mouse around. At the very bottom, you'll see circles. In the middle of those circles, there'll be a little person, looks like with a pile of books next to it. If you hover over that, you'll see participants. You can open and close that participant page. It'll open a window on your right-hand side. Your name should be at the very top, and you should see a little hand by your name that you can raise and unraise to ask a question. I haven't seen any hands go up yet. Oh, I see one right now. Okay, so it is working. So we can try to do that first and go that route. And again, after we go through the hands, we can try and for those who called in, hopefully organize speaking at that point in time as well. So I may be the only one to see the hands, so I'll try to call hands as I see them. And again, email me if you have problems. You can try the chat window too. I'm moving, multitasking here, so it may take me a few minutes to get through. So at this point in time, the first hand I see is a Mr. Whitford. I will, if you can't unmute yourself, I'll unmute you right now, and you're able to speak. Just state your name and again, I should state again, this is for those in support of the application right now, just in support. So if you're not in support, then
no, I'm not in support.
So Chairman Hammersley, I'll let you take this from here, and I'll try to click on the hands once you start the support.
I don't know, Rob, if you see anybody who's in support, if there's anybody who's on a telephone line who is in support of the application, if they could just speak up and just let us know so we can give them an opportunity first.
We did have a few letters of support that are posted on the website, and again, I still see a hand for Mr. Whitford and Marshall. They may not be ready to speak yet, but
okay. So going once, going twice, people who are in support of this application.
Lisa Marshall. Lisa Marshall. My hand is raised, but I'm not in support.
okay.
Lisa,
Just wait for the next section.
Just wait 1 minute. Just give us 1 minute. Just anybody who's in support. Is there anybody out there?
Should I unraise my hand?
No, I don't hear any. I don't hear anybody. So Rob, why don't we start with? Is it a Mr. Winford? Was the first one, I think.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, we do have a number of submittals that were given ahead of time, and we did post on the website. There were a couple, I think, that may have gotten lost in the shuffle. We had so many in opposition that we only had one staff member trying to do it remotely. So we're going to get those up again on the website once we go through everything again. But at this point in time, I'm looking at the hands, and I'll start with I see a Megan McManama.
Can you hear us now? Okay. My name is Megan McManama. My husband Cody is going to speak, and we live at 29 Boulder Ridge.
So completely opposed to the plan that's been discussed today. The plan is not a plan. The plan is an idea. Without having number one, not in support of any kind of rehab facility. Live here with our 2 children. We're in a community here which is full of children, young children. The use is completely the R40, R80 guidelines. It's not a school. It's simply not going to work for our community. That being said, we will oppose this, nonstop until this ends, because this is not anything that will ever be supported by this community. So, speak that any firmer. The plan is just not a plan. There's no, without having some kind of reliable name to go along with someone who's going to operate any facility that's outside of R40, R80 guidelines, is not anything that could even be considered by the residents, because without having any kind of reputation behind it, there's no validity to it. Absolutely, really nothing more, on my side. So that's our opposition.
Thank you. Can we just get your first name for the record, just so we have it?
My name is Cody, C-O-D-Y, McManama, 29 Boulder Ridge.
Okay, and once you're done speaking for everybody, you can just lower your hand so we can kind of make sure we got everybody.
Thank you, Megan and Cody, for your input. Who do we have next, Rob?
The next one I have is Marshall, unmuting Marshall.
Hi, my name is Lisa Marshall. I'm on 77 Mountain Pond Road, directly behind the property. I wrote 2 letters of opposition, one which is posted on the town's website, but one that I do not see posted. I have a ton to cover. First of all, I'm sorry that this man cannot sell this building. I have lived here with it closed, and I have lived here with it open. However, I don't feel that marketing it to multiple aspects is safe. It's absolutely out of control. And I want everyone on the board to put them in the position that I'm in. My backyard is a free-for-all. One of your representatives stated that the closest property was on Mount Vernon, I believe. My property line goes right against this property. There's no barrier, no nothing. I know that we talked about putting up a fence. That's fine, but what's the definition of a fence? Are you talking about 4 feet tall, 5 feet tall? I've had issues with the college students cutting through my property, cutting through my neighbor's property, and cutting through to try to get over to the Brannis Pond area. And I have no problem with going up to the college students and saying, hey, get lost. I've called the cops. I've actually called the school itself. But with multiple buildings and multiple uses, it's a free-for-all. So I want you to all put yourself in my position when you make your decision. Second of all, we need to really look at the Briarwood organization. This man lives in Florida, okay? This man also, I believe, opened in approximately 2016, a same kind of rehab facility, okay? He talks like he's an expert, and he talks like our whole area is going to be safe. However, within 2 years, ask him what his business is doing now, okay? It's not being, I believe it's closed down. Second of all, you guys mentioned about everybody's concerned about the drug and rehab. Well, that's not my concern. My concern is traffic, and my concern is what is going to happen to our neighborhood. Okay, several things I pointed out was they did a traffic report, and it was based on 800 students being at Briarwood. I have lived in this house for 17 years. I don't think Briarwood has been at 800 students for the whole time I've lived here. The report doesn't look at part-time students versus full-time students, okay? Part-time students may only go to the property once a week. So, and the report doesn't take into account that when Briarwood ran at 800 students, we didn't have that whole development over on the golf course community, okay? That uses Welch Road, okay? If anyone read my report, my second report, Welch Road, well, you can't drive down that road without bouncing all over the place. Now you have over 100 houses from the golf course community using Welch Road. Plus you have everyone in my neighborhood using Welch Road. And now you're gonna have multiple uses of all these buildings. No one touched about having a veterinarian clinic there. No, we touched a little bit about the daycare. Nobody touched about that building. I think it's the Devonshire building. We have no idea what that building's going to be used for, but it could be used for cardiac rehab. It could be used for hospice care. And it says right on that thing, I believe Dennis said, oh no, they're not going to open up that back entrance. However, on the map, it specifically says that that back entrance is going to be used for ambulances. Okay, now, I don't know how many on the board know, but there's a hill there. Okay, where that back, there's a bus stop there where that back entrance is. Okay, there was a kid killed on that road. Okay, we years ago got our bus stop switched to the middle of Mountain Pond because of how dangerous that blind spot is. Now, if you're going to use that back entrance for ambulances, a kid waiting at a bus stop with no sidewalk, a blind spot on a hill, and the ambulance isn't located near Mountain Pond, okay, or Mount Vernon, and you're going to have an ambulance flying down the street to go report to one of these buildings, unsafe. If there's an accident, I swear to you, I in front of town hall with a sign, and I'll sit there for weeks because it is wrong. And furthermore, Dennis talks as if he's some freaking, excuse my French, as if he's some kind of medical professional. Okay, I am. I'm a nurse. I've worked in detox. He says, oh, these detox patients are totally fine. No, they're not. Let me tell you, it's the most scary thing as a nurse to detox a patient. They're climbing the walls. They're going crazy. I don't know how many times we've had to call security in the hospital setting to calm someone down or lock them down, okay? It's unsafe. So unless we have a full set of protocol going, before we make our decision, we need to really think about it. Dennis states that, oh, the people in sober facilities, it's no big deal. They're responsible. I get it. Guess what? I've put probably 10 or more funds to rehab and sober living facilities. I've worked in Connecticut putting people in these. Some are completely successful. And guess what? My heart goes out to these people. I've worked with, I care for them, and it's really important to get help. However, they can also be the sneakiest people on the planet. I have a best friend who will tell me stories of being in Florida at a sober living facility and all the stuff she did, okay? I really think it's completely unsafe and not a great idea to approve multiple uses. You got kids with a sober and a detox and a drug and rehab. And I believe there was something for mental counseling, and you got PT, OT, adult daycare. It's just way too much. If there's a way to limit one sale of one thing, then let's all come to an agreement about that. But you can't send out that to a population with all these uses. There could be thousands and thousands of people coming in and out of that facility. And it is a recipe for disaster. The other thing I want to address is, and I don't even know if this is legal to point up, but Dennis, I mean, he's talking like, oh, my facilities that I run are totally safe. Well, I'm not even sure if this guy is renting the space or is he selling the space. It's kind of confusing. However, what I will tell you is that I went under the state of Connecticut's website today for the court system, and I Googled Briarwood Real Estate Limited Partnership. And guess what I found? They're being sued by someone from Waterbury that recently got hurt on their property. Okay, why did they get hurt? I guess there was a violation of handrails. So it's not, okay, you're innocent until proven guilty, but obviously there must be something about the way he runs his buildings. So it seems like this great big picture, we're going to have this happy facility and help people, but really, he's an investor located in Florida. What is he doing for Southington? That's my question, okay? And is he really going to take responsibility? I'm sorry, I feel bad that you can't sell the property, but let's come up with a better game plan. Like maybe there is assisted living in Farmington. It's called Anthropology or It's the most gorgeous facility. It's for adults. You pay a ton of money per month to live there. It's a complete facility. Something like that would probably bring a ton of money to the community and be something that would be profitable and run in an organized manner. I'm sorry, I don't have sympathy that this man hasn't sold his property, but I really, as a citizen, we need to come up with a game plan. Besides the fact of all the people as patients, doctors, nurses, you got kids over there, you have people taking care of the kids, you have the adult daycare center. Besides all that, we have to look at the traffic of truck supplies. You're going to have linen supplies going in and out of there. You're going to have supplies for the food. You're going to have supplies for pharmacies. You're going to have supplies for office supplies because you're going to have an office over there. We can't have trucks coming in and out of these two roads, and then on top of which ambulances coming in and out of there. It's absolutely absurd. There's no game plan whatsoever. And if one member on this thing votes in favor of this, it's going to be absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. We've already overtaken West Street. We've already overtaken Queen Street. You're moving into the residential areas. And we got to come up with a better game plan. Not some you have a pool going there, proposed use. Then you're going to have pool chemicals being brought in and out of there. And who's going to run the pool? And do you think a pool is safe near a daycare facility and rehab facility? It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. And someone needs to address my back, because I'll tell you what, I could throw a baseball and probably have it land into the Briarwood property. So there's no boundaries. There's no boundaries. There's no safety. And if one of the board members could say, yeah, I would love for this to be in my backyard, then I want to know who you are. And I want to know what the profit is for Southington. What does anyone in favor of this think that the profit is for Southington? And that's all I.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. I appreciate your comments, and we'll take them into consideration as we deliberate this moving forward. Rob, who do you have up next? Rob, you're muted right now.
Rob, you're muted. Your mic is muted. It's okay.
It's myself. No, I just wanted to, if Marshall, if you could just lower your hand so we don't have to, so we can make sure we have this organized. The next one up is Jonathan Potter.
Potter?
Can you hear us, Mr. Potter? We'll see if we can sort that one out. We'll move on. We'll move on to Johnny. I've unmuted Johnny. Johnny. I think Johnny's muted again. Let's try Jerome Ballesteros.
Hello, guys. Jerome and Jennifer Ballesteros here. We live in Northridge Estates, and I just want to go on record. The concerns that we have, two things. Really, the two things is the safety for our kids. We have two kids here. We live, and also the property values. I don't know if we touched on that during this webcast, but we're also worried about the property values going down in the houses that we built here. I did hear Mr. Robert Salka we're talking about excluding the drug and the drug rehab facility, and having other venues that we could talk about again. Just because I wasn't sold on what Dennis was talking about earlier. There's no exact plans in place. Everything's hopes, of the things that could be, but there's no reality there. So I just wanted to go on record that we oppose what we're talking about here today, and that's all we have.
Okay, thank you, Jerome. Appreciate your comments. On the property values, I'll just say what I stated earlier, is that we just got a real estate evaluation dropped on us a couple hours ago. We haven't been able to digest that, so that's one of the reasons why it's a good idea for us to push this out, where we can all be in a room together, possibly in the middle of June of this year. So, but I appreciate your comments, and we'll take those into consideration. What do we have next, Rob?
Thank you.
Okay, next in line right now, and I'll go back through it again and make sure we've got everybody, but I have the next one in line is Aniko Hanyadi. Unmuted.
Hi, yes, this is Eniko and Attila from 2278 Mount Vernon Road. We also just want to go on record that apparently we could be one of the other closest neighbors to the facility. And as parents with 3 children, we oppose this proposal for all the reasons that has been said: safety, property value, and not to mention that properties are also connected with a crosswalk. So technically from an aerial view, it could also be considered that we're one property. And we're just concern of being kind of like in the front row for the drug and alcohol facility, looking at us playing in our yards or just doing anything in our yards. We're technically exposed and in front of them. So we just wanted to go on record that we're against this.
Appreciate those comments, Nico. And I'll just, not wanting to speak for the rest of the commission members, but safety is one of the primary concerns that we pretty consistently have in our deliberations. So I can pretty much assure you that that will be something that we'll take very seriously when we deliberate this matter. So, but I appreciate your comments, and we'll take them into consideration as we move. Thank you for bearing with us here. Who do we have next, Rob?
Thank you.
Okay, the next one in line is D. Mickner.
You hear me?
You have. I just muted you again, real quick. You have an echo. I don't know if you have a phone, another phone that may be on at the same time. Usually, it's two sources of audio that are causing that. Again, I muted again because there's two sources of audio that I'm pretty sure, because we've had that happen before in trials. Maybe while you figure out what's causing the echo, if there's a second phone on, I'll come back, but I'll move on to Diana. Unmuted.
Hi, Bob. Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Brian DiCrescenzo. My wife's Diana DiCrescenzo, but I'm going to speak. We're part of Northridge Estates as well. Just wanted to go on record that we're firmly opposed the quote-unquote plan here that we discussed tonight. I think you brought up a good point earlier, Bob. You said that it really depends on compatibility with surrounding area and intercompatibility with the other tenants. And I can say, as a resident, this is definitely something that's not compatible with the people nearby. And as a father, I can definitely say that this is not something that's intercompatible with a daycare being in place there either. So I think that a lot of the points that were made by the developer were, a little opinionated when it comes to how facilities are going to be run there, in which he doesn't have 100% control of that. And I would just ask for everyone on the board, one of the most important decisions you can make in life is where you raise your family, and being a new father, we definitely didn't want to raise our family by a drug and rehab facility. So just wanted to go on record and thank you for the opportunity.
All right, Brian, thanks for your comments. Appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Who do we have next, Rob?
All right, let's see. I have Janice, unmuted.
How you doing? This is Jay Brindle from 132 Mountain Pond Road with my wife Janice. So my wife and I moved here to raise our two little children. We wanted to go on record to say that we are opposed to the position. I mean, among echoing all the previous reasons for opposition, I also wanted to point out, as Dennis stated, it's an expensive property to run, and you honestly cannot convince me with verbal good faith that any rehab facility that comes up with an offer will be turned down, whether or not they take court-ordered patients or not. You cannot also convince me that a school or a child care facility will put in a bid for part of this property, knowing that they will share it with a rehab facility if that's already open. With an open bid plan, there's really, these units will go to any of the first groups that put money on the table. No guarantee these promises. It's all hearsay. It's all speculative. Really not a comfortable environment for a family, a young family. And we want to be a part of this community. We want to be an active part of it. And, we appreciate this town hall making it work with a virtual setting. And we just wanted to formally go on record that we do oppose this proposition. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Yeah, And again, a reminder to everybody who's already spoken, if you have your hand still up in the window, can you please lower it so we can make sure that we don't double team by accident. Let's see. Let's start. I'm going to start at the bottom of the list again here. I got, let's see. Things just got messed up on. Okay. SF. I'm going to unmute SF.
That's the 4 years.
If you could just state your name and address of the record and
Steve Fournier.
SF.
Man, am I unmuted?
SF unmuted. Is that who's speaking?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I've got a lag time there. Sorry about that. My name is Steve Fournier. I reside at 70 Mountain Pond, Southington. My property falls completely within the 500-foot radius map. So I'd like to first thank everyone tonight for your time and the opportunity to hear from all the people, especially people like myself that built my life here. I'm invested here and want to help make this community thrive for the great town of Southington. I grew up here as well. I strongly oppose this application for the special permit to change the zoning for that property, which would allow a new array of commercial uses, like we were saying, really without definition in a completely residential setting. Approval of such a change would dramatically change our area in ways that would not improve anything here. I only see downside. I don't see any upside to this at all. Residential areas like ours are desired because of their setting is away from commercial areas. And your support in rejecting this application will keep it that way. Mount Vernon Road and Welch Road have become highways. This will only exacerbate that situation from a safety perspective. I suspect someone already has a study or will do one to counter that point. But by the time we figure it out, it's going to be long when we realize their assumptions were wrong. Additionally, the application is a notion that the notion of this application in my mind is some type of utopia of a rehab environment with puppies, children, and rainbows. It's a fantasy land. We can't overlook that the most likely scenario for this place is going to be far different than what we're talking about today. So since we can't see into the future, I fear what unintended consequences are going to come from this oversimplification of these assumptions, the planning, the money-centric decisions, and the short-term views. What we do know to be true are the things that we need to hold close to us and be in harmony of what we have today. And this request is not in harmony with this neighborhood, with this small community on this side of town. And it would be unfairly subjecting us to a thing that I greatly oppose. Safety of this area, whether it be from traffic or temporary living of transient persons, unknown, uncommitted to our immediate community, present risks and uncertainties. And that's inconsistent why I live to why I live here. So I'm asking you for this committee to vote against going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for sharing your thoughts and your perspective. We'll certainly take it into consideration when we deliberate this moving forward. So again, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. So, what do we have next?
All right, I believe that was SF. But I got a phone, I got text, I got chats going here. It's getting hard for me to keep up. But the next one in line I have right now is Rhonda Merriman. I'm going to unmute Rhonda Merriman.
Thank you, Rob. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Just a couple of points because I did submit something for the commissioners to review. So I appreciate everybody's time and everybody's fine consideration on this matter. I just have a couple of things. Yes. Yes.
Can you just state your name and your address for the record?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Rhonda Gaeta Merriman. I reside at 10 Panthorn Trail on the corner of Mount Vernon and Panthorn. You're welcome. Two concerns that people have raised that I just wanted to note our agreement with. One is the traffic. Certainly, I agree with Lisa. You know, there has been an inordinate amount of increase of traffic over the many years that we've lived here. We've lived in our home for 37 years, so we're probably one of the most senior people kind of residing in this area of town, and certainly we've seen it change considerably. But you know, there's a lot of traffic that now comes down Lake Road through Southington all the way down to Marion. I myself, when I commute to work, I no longer go up Welch Road to West Street. I go down Mount Vernon Road to Jude Lane and try to avoid West Street at all costs. So that, you know, this use that's being proposed really sounds more like a business use and almost couched in, oh, we're going to have a school here, but there's no plan for a school. There's no plan. I mean, maybe there might be some students taking some tech courses that might be in line with a medical type of a facility, but there's no real school. However, there is some projection that they want to maintain the historic educational use. And I guess I suspect that it's couched in, we'll have a school, but we want to run businesses. And, you know, we want things that are going to be really profitable, because right now schools are not very profitable. So I think that that's a big concern. I think the traffic issue is major. It's major. I mean, Welch Road is a mess. It's not one of the priority roads to be repaired in this town, because we've talked about that. So I think that that's important, and I appreciate that other people are concerned about that as well. The other thing I just wanted to mention relative to traffic is Lisa said that a child had been killed, and I have to just clarify that, because apparently that's a rumor. It was our daughter who was in fact hit by a car at a bus stop at the corner of Vernon Road and Panthorn Trail when she was in high school. And I think just because a lot of people wouldn't know that history, what's important about it is that for many years, we had requested that the bus stop on the west side of the street. And we had that was an agreement, and that was permitted until our children went to high school, at which point we were told, stop worrying about it, they can cross the street. And on a very rainy, horrible morning, when she was a sophomore in high school, the bus stopped. The stop sign, the light flashing, and students had crossed the street on the bus, and she and another boy were at the end of the line crossing the street, and a car was coming south on Mount Vernon, came to the crest of that hill, did not see the bus as they approached, was going too fast, hit the two of them, they both landed under the bus. They were critically injured, thank God. They were injured. It was certainly traumatic, but they did survive. So I don't want people to think that certainly anybody had been killed at a bus stop, but it's a dangerous road, and people fly down that road, and on a regular basis, people cross the double yellow line and pass people that are the speed limit. So it's a real concern on that road. I think that's probably my only items, but I wanted to clarify that point. I just wanted to say that the concern about traffic and it being potentially really a business use, we're not talking about residential use there. We're talking about businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. I'm sorry to hear that your daughter was involved in an accident out there, and hearts are with you all with that. Glad to hear that it worked out a little bit less dramatic than what we heard earlier. But thank you again for coming and sharing your thoughts with us. We consider those. Thank you.
All right. I think so it's getting really hard to hear you, Chairman Hammersley. You might have to yell until we figure out what the volume issue is. But the next hand I have now is Paul DiPietro. I'm unmuting Paul DiPietro.
Good evening. Can you?
Yep, we hear you.
Hi, Paul. Panthorn Trail. First of all,
Can you just repeat that? It broke up.
Paul DiPietro, 69.
Okay, thank you.
In my opinion, this is more of a special permit for everything and anything. This is an idea, not a specific plan. I think I have more of a question to you. If you approve these multi-usages, you're just approving the ability for these usages on that property. You're not approving the percentages of this usage. So a particular buyer could come in, since you approved a vet, they can just make the whole thing a veterinarian and have 10,000 dogs, call it a day. I don't believe you're approving a bit of this and a little bit of that. Anyone to do any one of these items. So this place can turn a complete drug rehabilitation, complete daycare. With that,
I don't want to raise him flowers.
I think our stipulations can be whatever we decide to make them. So for example, if we were to say that 10% of the buildings could be utilized for veterinary services, that would be a stipulation that would be enforceable.
okay. But without having an actual plan that we have an idea, we don't have those specifics.
It's a bit of the conundrum that we're in, yes.
Yes, okay. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you very much. Great job with this medium.
All right, so again, okay, great, Paula, thank you for lowering your hand. Just a reminder for everybody who's already spoken, just please lower your hands, and also everybody make sure they're on mute. Occasionally, a few folks are coming off mute for some reason, and it's causing a little background noise. The next hand in line that I see here is Kimberly Canner. I'm unmuting Kimberly Canner.
Good evening. This is Mark Elliott. My wife Kimberly and I, we live at 232 Mount Road. We moved to the residence about 5 years ago, and we want to state on the record that we are completely against the proposed plan. You could even call it that. About what was going on. One part that I was brought up the fact is this property of the Briarwood complex abuts to the Gannis Pond, which is a fishing and a hunting club. And I would think the proposed use of the Briarwood complex mixing with a fishing and hunting club I could see that being kind of not a good mix. So that piece to be added to the record is another safety concern, along with about Welch Road, the disrepair, Mount Vernon Road being a very high traffic at this point. I'd like those added to the record.
Is that it?
That's all I got, unless my wife's got something good.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Mark, for sharing your thoughts with us.
All right, the next hand I have in line is Kent McClune.
Hi there, Kent McClung. Kent and Terry McClung at 175 Mountain Pond Road in by the development. I appreciate all the comments the commission has made. Questions. They've been very thoughtful. A lot of them I have written down. Already asked. I did have a couple questions just on some things that were said. I think it was Mr. Vino who said that they had been marketing this property for over a year and didn't have any interest in any buyers. But from what I've reviewed, the property is already being advertised with approvals for what they're petitioning tonight. And so I wasn't sure why that was being done. And if they're already doing that, have no interest, why would approving this petition gain any more interest if they're already marketing the property for that purpose? The other thing I just want to say is that obviously my wife and I were opposed to this. We've lived here for 10 years. But when you think of this logically, just looking at the map, there are some uses that seem very logical and very good. My concern is this will become basically a drug rehab center, even if it's only utilized for 20 or 25% or whatever that stipulation is. I think you have to think logically and say to are people really going to send their children to a nursery school, or going to send their loved ones to a hospice facility, or they're going to send their parents to an assisted living facility in the middle of a drug rehab? And I think what you're going to find is you approve this, you'll have a drug rehab center and nothing else, and eventually will fail anyway. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. And Rob, the only approval that is on this property is for a college or university. Is that correct? Or
Yeah, what the former university is the only approval that's been granted to this property. That's the only thing that could continue right now. If another school came in miraculously and occupied the space, it would be subject simply to a zoning permit as long as they weren't doing any work on the site that would prompt a site plan modification. But that's it. Correct.
Yeah, that's not how it's being marketed. You go on LoopNet, you'll see the property is being marketed differently.
Yeah, I was able to see the link, and I mentioned this. A few questions came up on this, and we have no control over what a real estate agent might list on the listings, and we certainly can't control any accuracy thereof.
No,
So
I certainly understand that. I was just making the point that Vino said he hasn't any interest, and that they're already marketing the property for this purpose. So just wanted to make that clear.
Thanks, Kemp, for sharing your thoughts. Appreciate you speaking up.
okay, I still have John Potter's hand up. I'm not sure if we got to him or not. There is another John. It's just listed as John. I'm gonna go ahead and hit that one right now.
Hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Yeah, this is my name's Jonathan Lee. I'm at 102 Mountain Pond Road, and I just wanted to register my opposition to this as well. Again, it's just by very nature of being so speculative. It's opens yourself up to a lot of things, particularly if whatever decision is made here is tied to the property ad infinitum, or whatever the term is. So everyone else has said it more eloquently or more expansively than I can, but I just want to voice my opinion that I'm just concerned it's not in fitting with the character of a residential neighborhood, and I understand their needs in terms of trying to maintain their costs of having a property like this, but I would prefer to have it more single use of something, and something less incendiary than drug rehab or detox or any of the other things mentioned. You know, the other people mentioned a lot of things in the chat, and I'm sure you see all of that. That's all I have.
Thanks, John. Appreciate your input. I see Jonathan Potter there. I don't know if he's ready to talk.
Yeah, Jonathan Potter. I mean, I'm not sure if he's spoken yet or not, but I'm unmuting you.
Hey, Rob, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, great. Hey, thanks. Jonathan Potter, 176 Mountain Pond Road. My wife, Melissa, and I are also opposed to this proposal. It really just, as many of the residents have indicated, does go against the character of a residential setting. It just doesn't fit. We've had a bunch of instances in Southington over a period of time where we've seen buildings be created and out of place. You know, you think about Berlin Avenue with a hair salon or a pizza place in a residential neighborhood. Down the road on Mount Vernon, we have a machine shop, and we need to really just put a stop to it in Southington. You know, it's up to the board to do that. And I did just want to add one final thing, is that I was going by last week or the week before, and there was an apartments.com vehicle in the parking lot. So there's a lot of I think, misinformation and just a lack of clarity about what could be really done here. And I think we just really need to put a stop to it. And that's it. Thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Thanks, Jonathan, for sharing your thoughts with us.
Okay, let's see. I still have Whitford, Marshall up, Potter, John. Let's see. We have Jeff. It's just listed as Jeff.
Hi, this is Jeff Monty at 53 Mountain Pond Road. My property abuts the Briarwood property. I would like to record my opposition to the proposal. Everything we've heard tonight is purely speculative. The in perpetuity of this proposal would be opening up the property for any number of uses. I agree with those that say it would probably end up being a giant drug rehab, but the provision of 3-01.2D also has provisions for mental treatment as a mental treatment facility on an outpatient basis. So what other things might we be opening up for? Could it be for sexual predators, for any number of mental issues that could be brought into our neighborhoods? And it just doesn't fit. One of the things, being a lifelong Southington resident, I made the big move from the southeast side of town to the northwest side of town. We like the country aspect, a little separated. Seen lots of growth on West Street. I would joke with my kids when I was a kid, I would ride my bike down Queen Street. There wasn't a ton of traffic. The town has changed. It keeps growing and growing. We don't need that in our little quiet edge of town, our quiet corner. And thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Jeff, for sharing your thoughts with us. Rob?
Yeah, I'm going to unmute D. Mechner. I think he wasn't able to speak last time.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a prepared statement, and my name is Dawn McNerney. I reside at 87 Mountain Pond Road, 500 feet of the Briarwood property, and I have lived in this dwelling for over 20 years. I will try not to take as much time as it's late, but I do ask that you please be in the moment to me. With that said, at this time, I would like to identify that I am not in favor of the proposed zoning outlined in the special permit application, SPU number 629, dated February 13th of 2020. If allowed to pass, these changes will have a significant negative impact, not only on area home values, but also the health, safety, and well-being of the residents and surrounding residential communities. I also want to apologize ahead of time if I mispronounce anyone's names. My agenda is simple: to logically address the documents posted to the Southington zoning website, and not only to stimulate constructive discussion, but also to address the errors, holes, and what can be respectively perceived as a cloak and dagger approach to the matter at hand. First, in the midst of a global pandemic, where life as we once knew only just a few weeks ago has dramatically changed, the town of Southington has allowed for this hearing to take place on this Tuesday evening of April 21st. Many of my neighbors here can relate to being a frontline worker and/or essential employee. We've had to address COVID-related illnesses at work amongst family members and have had to completely adjust lifestyles, balancing full-time essential positions, homeschooling children, financial difficulties from losing a job or even their business. But yet, here we are. To hold this hearing at such a trying time does not lend itself to the integrity of the town or the members of the Briarwood Real Estate Limited Partnership. At this time, I would like to formally thank all of my neighbors and anyone else doing their part in this battle for all that they're doing in fighting this pandemic and keeping us safe. Briarwood has operated under a special residential college permit for over 50 years. It was built in 1965 and until the 70s operated as the Briarwood Secretarial School for Women. In the late 70s, they were granted approval for a 2-year associate degree and was renamed Briarwood College. In 1989, the college was sold for $1.7 million to a corporation, the Briarwood College Incorporation, whose principals were John LeConte, Dennis Terwilliger, and Dominic DeVerne. Again, I apologize for the names. The Briarwood Real Estate Limited Partnership is shown as a registered agent of the Briarwood College, Inc., according to the June 1st, 2018 filing of the Articles of Organization for a Florida liability company. The members of this group are the same 3 members that previously mentioned. In the short amount of time to prepare for this hearing, it has been challenging to untangle the trail of corporations and partnerships related to Dennis Terwilliger et al. However, this man is a businessman who has held many companies over the years, including a financial consulting company who invested in the New Solutions Consulting Centers in 2015 to 2018. This organization was a drug and alcohol rehabilitation facility that closed because, and I quote, "The insurance companies significantly reduced their support of treatment facilities in Florida." In the fall of 2018, after being on the probation, Lincoln College closed due to the accreditation issues. The timing of all this is very interesting. In the documents posted to the zoning website, there's a statement from the Briarwood Real Estate Limited Partnership. Our prior efforts to attract a school buyer, including hiring specialized school marketing firms and conducting a nationwide auction without success. The Southington Economic Development Director's Office sent more than 100 letters to the universities and to the other possible interested parties with no positive responses. On the town site for economic development, it states the office will aggressively seek out potential qualified clients and by virtue of networking with the state and federal officials, promote available land in currently underutilized building space in all sections of town. When there are about 5,300 colleges and universities in the United States, 100 letters hardly fits the actions of an aggressive search. Another statement. The outlook for higher education enrollments in a traditional campus setting is grim, given few high school students graduating in competition from online learning, which can be delivered for lower cost compared to traditional on-ground education. While this may be true, as I haven't seen the official research on this, and while there may be layers of the onion that I may not be privy to, it appears to be more strategic planning, poor strategic planning, as we have witnessed successful growth in other institutions such as Tungus Community College and Manchester Community College. The application for special permit requests for permitted use. All know what these are, and that's why we're here this evening. These 4 small sections open the door to allow any, and I repeat, any inpatient or outpatient medical facility, including behavioral health facilities, skilled nursing facilities, surgical centers, wellness centers, which, if you look at the definition online, could include anything from life coaching, nutritional wellness, well-being, spa treatments, massage, other body care, and pharmacies. Basically, outside of an actual acute care facility, any medical type of service could potentially become our neighbor, which is within 500 feet of my residence. If this is allowed to happen, what is to stop the continued growth not only to the existing property, but also in the surrounding open available property? Will Pine Valley ever reopen, or will it sell out to a savvy business owner looking to make a buck and open additional medical complexes? Will the same go to all other open space along the Welch Road corridor? Once the door is open, it's plausible that the possibility as well as this expanding down Mount Vernon Road. If this goes through, does that mean individuals will be able to seek variances, especially when they live within 500 feet of a similar facility, to run a wellness type business? Much of proposed, the vet hospital, daycare, etc., seems commendable and benign on the surface. No one wants to take a stance against receiving needed medical care. However, these services are better served in a commercial jurisdiction and not a community residential setting. Nor are the residents in the town or surrounding towns deprived of quality health care, daycare, wellness care options. That said, now is a good time to mention all of what was proposed in the documents posted and attached to the formal notification mailings is just theoretical. In the traffic study documents, which I will get to in more detail in a few minutes, it states this, I quote, Mr. Tilwiger advised Kate I repeat, would have to be assumed at this time. There is no entity that has already agreed to start using Briarwood under the special permits. Translation, the medical facility leasers is wide open. The presented layouts are just theoretical and anything could move within these special permits. We don't know if it's a large daycare or a primary care practice or a surgical center or fill in the blanks. We won't know what will be located on the Briarwood complex. We just don't know. Moving on. Briarwood was built over 50 years ago, which means the septic system is just as old. According to the EPA, a septic system will only last 15 to 40 years. Amy Schultz, the chief sanitarian of the health department, did not approve or offer supportive comments and would not provide, and I quote her words, an okay that is feasible to do this. My own questions and concerns come up. Can the current systems withstand the potential for 130,000 square feet of medical office space? Does this pose a potential to ecosystem and groundwater? Will the taxpayers and grass to pay for a sewer system in the future support the medical complex? For those who have written in and are listed as in favor on the website, I would like to take a comment on those letters submitted as those in favors. And in those conflicts of interest, I request that these supported comments be excluded as part of any decision-making process. Gina Swenton is not a resident of the town of Southington. She resides in Terryville. But according to an article published in the Bristol Press on February 2nd of 2018, Gina Swenton was the Regional Director of Financial Services at Lincoln College of New England. Andrea M. Hansen doesn't live in the area and graduated from Briarwood. In addition, according to the Hartford Courant in December 2005, she was appointed VP and Treasurer of the Briarwood College. Edward Robinson is a real estate broker mentioned in an article of the Record Journal on October 1 of 2019. Quoting the sentence from the journal, Edward Robertson, a real estate agent with Coldwell Banker, said he has a signed letter of intent of 33-acre property of Mount Vernon Road and hopes to have a signed contract in about a week. An obvious conflict of interest. Later this afternoon, John Goulin, Trish Lamontag, both asked to be considered as a vote in the positive. Both are Coldwell Banker agents standing to gain from this deal. Beverly Welch is a real estate agent and a resident of Cheshire, as well as Palm Beach Garden, Florida, the same town as Mr. Tilwiger. Bob Lavoie is not a resident of Southington and is a graduate of Briarwood. Barbara McKay, the dean of Briarwood College from 1976 to 2011. None of them have this facility going up in their backyard. In regards to the traffic study, in addition to all that I have said so far, my next concerns stem from the significant increase of traffic that will come through Route 229, Welch Road, Mount Vernon Road, as well as the concern for the proposed back ambulance entrance on the blind hill of Mount Vernon Road. With the increased traffic comes additional air and noise pollution, which will be amplified by the mountain. There will be alarms for ambulances, fire engines, other emergency vehicles, and also fire drills. Lake Compounds is only open in the summer months, and outside of an occasional toot from the train, you really can't hear anything. Briarwood College has been a quiet neighbor in the way of noise for 20 years and mainly operated only during the months of September through May. The traffic study on the website was created this past Friday on April 15th and recently posted. Before I get into too much details, I would like to mention a commentary called The Truth in Transportation Planning that was put out by the University of California. This article offers a lot of information, but is relevant here in how that they identify such studies based on the ITE reporting that are recently uncertain estimates as opposed to precise numbers. I quote from them, statistically sophisticated users understand the extreme uncertainty of trip generation rates and can ignore the false precision. But many users are not statistically sophisticated. To them, the ITE's trip generation rates are the relationship between transportation and land use. Some zoning codes explicitly specify ITE trip generation rates as the basis for making land use decisions and as the basis for assessing traffic impact fees regardless of the sample size or statistical significance of the rates. So let's talk about the submitted ITE and its errors and holes. As stated before, the document clearly states that the study, or better described as a spreadsheet calculation, is an estimate. The way this works is that the ITE puts out an estimated trips based off the sample size. These averages are used to create numbers of trips based on the type of land use. So for every KFT, which is 1,000 square feet, a daycare center can have 48 trips in a day versus a single family dwelling of 9. If you equate the size of daycare center being the size of a house in a surrounding area and assuming 2,500 square feet, that equates to 120 vehicles versus 9. When reviewing the numbers calculated for the historical traffic of Briarwood College, I isolated errors such as inflated numbers of the bedrooms on the Palmisano dormitory. Also notice that the basements of the dormitories, such as in Brooks Hall, were also considered which are typically considered an extension to the dormitory living quarters, contained laundry and often lounge areas or storage. These areas were included as having traffic assigned to them, totaling and equating to an overestimated amount of 208 vehicles. The service garage, which houses ground maintenance equipment and supplies, was tagged as having vehicle traffic of 55 cars. The ITE code of 540 for community colleges listed on the documents as having 27 trips per 1,000 square feet. According to the documents I found on the internet, with the ITE 10th edition, this number is 20. The 7 additional trips may appear to be immaterial. However, when you look at the size of the complex, it reflects a significant cumulative overstatement of traffic for the historical Briarwood College. Taking all of this into consideration and recalculating with the lower rates, excluding the service garage, excluding the dormitory basements, the calculated rate for Briarwood College is $1,330 versus the $2,028 presented. That is a decrease in the estimated traffic by over 700 vehicles. Comparing that to the estimated future traffic, which was grossly understated, we go from an overall reported beneficial decrease of 304 vehicles to an increase of almost 400. That is a misrepresented estimate of over 700 vehicles. The future. Since just about any medical service would be able to move into the complex, I looked at the rates for the clinics, which is at 38.16 vehicles, daycare, 47.62, a pharmacy could have as high as 90, and medical facilities, 34.8. I took a conservative approach to the numbers and used the clinical rate of 38.16. The number of potential future vehicles has more than doubled from a reported 1,723 to over 4,000, which is under this alternative approach, the potential increase of daily traffic that could be as high as 3,000 cars. In closing, outside of a few years of beginning in my marriage, I have been a lifelong resident of Southington. In recent years, I've seen this quiet, small populated town of farms and open space explode into city-like living. Queen Street needed to be re-engineered to accept extra traffic and is in need of another adjustment. Route 229, what we know as West Street, was rezoned from residential to business, and the traffic uptick has been substantial. And now you want to do the same to the areas of Welch Road. I myself have had to reroute my commute to work due to the traffic and still have issues. We have witnessed an uptick in side street usage, including Mount Vernon Road instead of the main arteries, to avoid traffic, which in turn increases the risk of health, well-being, and safety of the residents, both adult and children, local wildlife, and our environment. If this application is approved, it is on the backs of the area residents. Expansion has been at the expense of the residents. Our right to healthy living, safety, quiet residential living is in your hands. Which do you choose? Money or the health and well-being of voting Southington residents? At the beginning, it was identified and said that one of the options would be to abandon. I have some options here. Rather than threaten with Section 8 housing or abandon the property, how about utilize the property as an extension of the high school VOAG and providing training for much needed areas of carpentry, electricians, plumbers, HVAC, horticulture? How about donate the property to the town? How about turn it into a nursing training center, which is on the uptick? How about a religious retreat center? There are plenty of options to look at. That is all I have to say, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dawn, for sharing your comments and your research with us. We'll take those into consideration as we move forward. What do you have next, Rob?
Let's see. We've got going back down. I see. I don't think Mr. Whitford has spoken yet. I just unmuted Mr. Whitford.
Yes, how you doing? Can you hear me, Rob?
Yep.
Great. Are we gonna all be able to talk in June as well? Because I'll keep it even shorter if.
Yeah. Traditionally, what we do is we open up the meetings just like we open this one up, and anyone, including the people that have spoken tonight, be given the opportunity to speak again in June. Yes.
Well, I want to thank all you guys for your time, and I want to thank Dawn and all my neighbors. I mean, she said everything right there. A lot of stuff I had on my list. She just mentioned it. Oh, it's Brian Whitford, 118 Mountain Pond Road, Southington, Connecticut. And I'm speaking on behalf. We have 5 adults that live in our house. I'm speaking on behalf of all of them, and we're all against this, 100%. We also would hope that this would be a unanimous decision to, shoot this thing down, because I think all of you would agree if this was in your backyard, anything to do with any type of drug rehab, you would not want that. There's absolutely zero chance, even if they come up with some report that's got fake numbers on it, there's no way that if you sold your house today with this thing being empty or with a drug rehab there, your value is going down no matter what you can present. That's plain and simple common sense. So pretty much everything Dawn said was on my list. And, I mean, like I had that thing with everybody was out of state that was for it or out of the city. Nobody in our neighborhood is for this that I gather. I haven't seen one person come up that was for this, that would have any, meat and potatoes in it, because they have no money in it like we do. We all have houses, we all keep them nice, and we're all vested in this area. So that's pretty much it for me. Definitely a no, and I would hope that we get a unanimous no from everybody.
Okay. Did you say your first name was Brian?
Yeah, Brian, Brian.
Okay. Thanks for taking the time, Brian, to share your thoughts with us. We appreciate it. Rob, next.
I appreciate your time even more.
Thank you. Rob, anyone?
Yeah, I don't believe we've heard from Steph Germain yet. I'm not sure if we can hear her or not, because I don't have a microphone to click. So Steph, can you hear us? I just see a hand up, that's all. I also see a hand for Marshall, but I think
they have the ability to talk.
I think Marshall's already spoken, and I got John's hand up, but I think he's already spoken. And then Dawn, I think it was, or Diane, who just spoke, their hand is still up as well. And that's it for the hands at this point in time.
Okay. So is there anyone, the last call here, is there anyone else out there who wishes to provide any testimony at this point? Again, anyone will be given the opportunity as we continue this public hearing moving forward. So this is not your last opportunity to talk to us, but if there's anyone else out there, if you could just speak up right now. Rob, you want to unmute everybody from there?
Hi, this is Maura Maloney. I'd like to speak.
Okay, Maura. Rob, have you on the list?
I can hear Maura. Can everybody else hear Maura?
Yeah, I think if we could segregate her mic, that would be great.
Okay. Should I go?
Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Maura Maloney. I'm at 2242 Mount Vernon Road. I'm right across the street from Briarwood, and as Mr. Terwilliger pointed out, 400 feet from the proposed sober living house. I've lived here for over 20 years. This is a nice, quiet residential area. The reason most of us moved here is because it's a beautiful area on the edge of town, surrounded by mountains, woods, and away from the noise, traffic, and business of the center of town. I'm very concerned about the thought of a drug and alcohol rehab facility and a sober living quarters as a potential neighbor. Although this is an unnecessary service, this is not the place for it. This is a quiet neighborhood of families and children, and not only will it pose a safety issue, but will also have a negative effect on property values. There are so many other safer options. I'm just asking you to vote no on this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maura, for sharing your thoughts, and we'll take those into consideration.
Thank you.
Rob, I'm going to guess that that's pretty much it right now.
Well, There's some call-in users here that I'm probably going to need to unmute all of them because I don't think they can even indicate that they want to speak here. So I'm going to go ahead and just do that real quick. Hopefully I can get everybody here. Stand by. All right, I think that's all the call-in users. I just unmuted them. We're going to get some background noise here. So we'll go one at a time if anybody wants to speak.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, this is actually Stephanie Sheen. I'm sorry that I couldn't connect on the WebEx.
We just need your name and address really slowly and clearly.
That's it, yes.
Yeah.
We heard someone, but now we don't. It's the only real problem with doing this digital medium because logins are very difficult to manage.
Paying the bank off isn't the issue either. It's really on the property.
Tom, you know that.
I'm just,
I know, and you
I
know.
know you know, but
One last request for any callers to make comments because we got to move along.
And it will be empty, and you can't maintain it because you can't pay the bank and you can't maintain it.
So
You can't do both.
So the loan for $1 million.
Love it for $1 million.
All right, all the call-ins are muted again. Chairman Hammersley, if you want to take it from here.
Yeah, I'm not sure that medium is really helping us out very much. I didn't hear anything that was being said there. I don't know if anyone else.
There was somebody talking, but it sounds like they were talking about something unrelated.
Well, again, I mean, everybody will get the opportunity when we continue the public hearing. So I feel pretty comfortable that we've allowed people the opportunity tonight.
And I'll just add real quick, anybody who can hear this, who wanted to speak and didn't get an opportunity because they were a call-in, or anybody else for that matter, if the hearing stays open, you can certainly submit comments in writing to my email again on the town website, and we'll be sure to include them for the next meeting.
Yeah. So typically what we do now is we allow everybody, or the applicant, an opportunity to respond to any comments that were made. I will, however, note as I look at my time down there that we're well into hour 4 of this meeting, and we still have several things to get to. And to the applicant, again, I'll give you the opportunity. You certainly have the opportunity to come back later on and address the things that were brought up. And I think that, as I said, and several of the commission members said, there's still a lot of information out there that we don't have that I think all of us are looking for. So with that, I'll hand it over to Sev and Dennis to respond if they wish. Dennis, do you have anything to say?
Mr. Chairman, this is Sev Bovino.
Go ahead.
Since you're considering tabling the application, we don't have any additional input at this time. And I defer to Dennis if he has anything to say.
Yes, Dennis Terwilliger here. The discussion has been very enlightening. Just wanted to let everyone know that what we looked at were the potential uses under these special permit applications. It seems clear to me that the idea of ever approving drug or alcohol in a residential zone would seem unlikely. And one suggestion I have for the commission is to just simply remove that option. I don't know where it would ever be found to be acceptable in any residential community. Even though it works in other towns, I don't, maybe it just can't work in Southington. Nonetheless, we are more than happy to have the commission take out of the application things it doesn't want us to do. Our objective is to try to utilize the property in productive ways that help the town and help everybody and not cause controversy. So we can see there was a great deal of that tonight. That wasn't our intention. So, you know, one of the commissioners talked about the fact that you could approve pieces of this, and we would be very welcome to have you do that so that we could get on with having the property no longer be vacant and empty. Its situation today is just not good for the neighborhood and not good for anybody. The property will ultimately end up, you know, just going into into ruin. You know that, and we all do. Anyway, I just wanted to make that comment to the commission. Thank you for, you know, the very enlightening discussions today. But we were happy to accept whatever approvals the commission feels it could give us given the different things we've proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. And just so I'm clear in what you just said, what you're saying is that you are amenable to removing the drug and alcohol rehabilitation components of your application for consideration. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, it is. So because it seems like the idea of the drug and alcohol rehab, the idea of the sober living facility, and even the idea of the detoxification facility are things that are very upsetting to people, fine. Well, then let's not do those. Other things we want to do look like they would be in much more favor with townsfolk. And so we're happy to do those. And as I say, I suggest that actually maybe you could change that special permit section of the code and just simply take those options out. So you don't have to deal with this again somewhere else. You know, that's my thought.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
So unless there's an objection from any of the commission members to continuing this along the lines of what Commissioner Salka suggested of June 16th, I'm inclined to do that. Does any commission member have any problem with that idea?
Just to confirm, it's 7 p.m. on June 16th.
7 p.m. on June 16th. Is there anyone who has a problem with that? So the public hearing would be continued to June 16th at 7 o'clock. Okay, I hear none, so we'll just leave the public hearing open. Commission members are reminded that they shouldn't be having conversations outside of the public hearing, and the public should be reminded that any information that's provided outside of the public hearing cannot be considered in our deliberation. So just tread lightly, please. And we'll open up the public hearing on item. I think what we talked about doing was combining item 7B and 7C. They both have to do with the same property, different components within that property. So item 7B is Carlos and Maureen Vargas special permit application for a parent-grandparent apartment. Property located at 91 Whistling Strait, owned by Lovely Development Incorporated in an R40 zone, SPU 630. And item 7C is Carlos and Maureen Vegas special permit application for a garage in excess of 3 garage spaces. Property located at 91 Whistling Strait, owned by Lovely Development Inc. In an R40 zone, SPU number 631. So if the applicant has something to present, I'd ask them to do that at this time. And please identify yourself and your address, just so we have it on the record, please.
Hi, I'm Maureen Vargas.
I'm Carlos Vargas.
We're the applicants. I believe Andrew is posting the documents that were requested to be presented. I think that's the, is that the
Yeah, that is the plot plan.
plan?
Thank you for joining us and bearing with us here. So go ahead.
So I'm not sure if we're supposed to be speaking, if Andrew's speaking, I'm not sure how this works.
It's your call, really. Sometimes we have the applicant speak, and sometimes we have their representative speak. So I don't know if that's someone with Crosser Jones, or is it Mark Lovely, or is it?
Yeah, if Mark would like to speak, that would be wonderful.
Chairman and fellow commissioners, Mark Lovely, President of Lovely Development, 710 Main Street in Mansfield, Connecticut. Barkis's has gone into contract to purchase a lot from me over here. It's lot 18, 91 Whistling Straits Drive. Crosser Jones has done the plot plan. The applicants have actually filed all the paperwork with the notarized that it will be one of their parents that will live there. Andrew does have the floor plan. This is the plot plan. Driveway comes in off of Oakmont Way, but the front door faces Whistling Straits. This is the house plan that fits in within the neighborhood. Houses of this size, there's some a little bit larger than this in that neighborhood. There's some a little bit smaller, so it does fit in with the neighborhood.
Okay. Anything else to add
That's it for right now.
before we open it up to the commissioners? So we'll do it the same way again, and we'll start with Commissioner Volpe. You have any questions?
I really don't have any questions for this applicant. It's a very well presented floor plan for us. Thank you for that. And I hope it fares well for you. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christina. Sue Locks, any questions?
Do not. I just wish them well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Salka.
I just want to make sure that, based on what the comments from the staff about removing the two doors, that'll be incorporated in this plan?
Yes, it will be.
The two interior doors being removed.
Yes.
That's all I have, Bob.
Great catch there, Bob. Commissioner Santago.
Just for the record, not to run a business out of your house, right?
No.
No, it's for my parents.
It's strictly an in-law setup.
We always have to ask that question whenever, or some of us ask that question, whenever there's an addition or something like that, just for administrative purposes, we'll say. So good luck to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Macchio.
No, looks like a well laid out plan. Good luck.
Commissioner Gore.
I do not have any questions either. It looks good.
All right, Commissioner Calviallo.
Showing up there.
Bedtime for people.
May have fallen asleep.
He might have fell asleep.
Commissioner Albanese, any questions?
Yes, hi, Commissioner Albanese. No, this looks wonderful, and I do see the importance of it as we have, taking care of our parents is a thing that needs to happen, and I agreed to the design. It looks wonderful, actually. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Great, and last but not least, Commissioner Coles. We're trying to overcome the audio difficulty you had in the past. Anything? Any questions? You want to give me a thumbs up or nothing? Okay. Just for the record, I saw Commissioner Cole shake his head in a negative form, so we'll take it at that. I don't have any questions. I don't know if Rob.
One thing real quick, we're just gonna double check and unmute Coviello. He knows how to use this, but I want to make sure that he doesn't have a problem. Joe, are you there? I don't know. Joe?
Yeah.
It keeps going to mute. Something's going on in that end.
It might be him. So Mark or Maureen or Carlos, I don't know if you have anything else you want to add to the public
I think we're
hearing.
pretty much all set.
Okay. Let's open it up for anyone in favor or opposed to the application if they want to weigh in at this point.
Sue Lux. I'd like to make a motion to approve this.
So we're not in the business portion yet. We'll get there soon
Okay.
enough, though.
Okay, very good.
There's at least one comment in favor of the application that was posted up on the online. I don't believe there was anything in opposition that we received. I don't see any hands raised either, Chairman Hammersley.
Okay, so if anyone out there has anything to say, we'll give them one more chance.
We just had one come up. Mr. Whitford, unmuting.
Hello. Yeah, I'd like to go approve it for them because I went through the same thing myself and I'd like to support them.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you for sharing your input with us. Is there anyone else you see there, Rob, or are we?
That was it.
Okay, unless there's an objection. Unless there's an objection, we're going to close the public hearing. Does anyone object? I don't hear any, so we'll close the public hearing on item 7B and 7C and move into our next agenda item, the business meeting. Looking for a table on item 8A, which is the Briarwood College application.
Mr. Chair, make a motion that we continue the public hearing until June 16th at 7 o'clock.
I'll second that.
Wait, hold on. What motion we making here?
Bob Salka is.
Bob Salka moved the table and Christina seconded for item business meeting.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of two things going on here, so you moved ahead of me. You're in the business meeting part A. Got it.
Yep. So we're looking for a table on item 8A. We have a motion for a table and a second yet?
Yep.
Yep. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Someone opposed there? No? Okay, so that motion carries. And that item is tabled. Item 8B, which is Carlos and Maureen Vargas, special permit application for a parent-grandparent apartment property located at 91 Whistling Straits, owned by Lovely Development Incorporated in an R40 zone, SPU 630. Can we get a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So I got Salk on the motion. Who's the second?
Sue.
Who was that?
Sue.
Second the motion. This is
Sue,
Sue Lux.
Sue. Gotcha, Sue. Thank you.
Everybody, real quick, it's a lot easier if you just unmute yourselves, make whatever you're going to say, and then quickly go back to mute.
It's all in the finger motion here. So, is there any discussion? I hear none. Rob, any outstanding items from staff on this?
No, it meets the regulations, and we do have the affidavits on file that we're required. So, ready for action. It's separate. You got to make separate motions on each of these.
Yep, I got it. We're on item B. Do we need, as part of the motion on this one for the removal of the doors that was brought up earlier by Bob Salka? Is this the piece that had that on there?
Maybe Bob can reference that. I'm not sure. I might have missed that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
I'll reword my motion to include removal of the two doors.
Okay, Sue, can you second that revised motion there?
Second the revised motion.
Okay. So we have a motion and I think we're all set. Rob, you want to call the roll on this?
Sure. Gorick,
Yes, sorry about that.
Locks,
Yes.
Macchio,
Jim Macchio?
This is Commissioner Macchio, yes.
okay.
This is Commissioner Volpe, yes.
Peter Santiago, yes.
Yeah, yes.
Chairman Higginson.
Hammersley is a yes, so motion carries 7-0. Next item is 8C, Carlos and Maureen Vargas, special permit application for a garage in excess of 3 garage spaces, property located at 91 Whistling Street, it's owned by Lovely Development Incorporated in an R40 zone, SPU 631. Can we get a motion?
Commissioner Salka makes the motion to approve item C.
Dulac, second.
Okay, we got Salko with the motion and Sue Mox with a second. Is there any discussion on this? I don't see or hear any discussion. Rob, any outstanding items on this one?
Negative, ready for action.
Okay, let's call the roll then.
Gorick,
Commissioner Gorick, yes.
Locks,
Yes.
Macchio,
Commissioner Macchio, yes.
Yes.
Santiago, yes.
Yes.
Hammers is a yes. Motion passes 7-0. Congratulations and best of luck to you all. I'm sure you'll do a great job. I'm sure Mark will help you along there. So on to item 8D, Torrey S. Crane Company site plan modification application to construct a 3,206 square foot addition on property located at 480 Summer Street, owned by 492 Summer Street LLC et al., located in an I2 zone, parcel size 0.75 acres, SPR number 1771.1. This was an item that was tabled for our March 3rd meeting. Can we get a motion?
Commissioner Salka makes a motion for item D, based on the February 24th memo from Mr. Phillips, it would responded to by Kretzer and Jones, as long as all those items are approved.
Thank you, Commissioner Salka. Second.
It's Commissioner Macchio, I second.
So we have a second from Commissioner Macchio. Is there any discussion on this?
Yes, I do. I want to make sure that all the drainage issues are okay.
So Commissioner Locke has a question about the drainage issues. Does either Jim or Rob have any insight on that?
This is Jim Grappone. All engineering comments have been met concerning the drainage.
Thank you.
Is that good with you, Sue? You're good?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? No. Rob, you want to call the roll on this?
Gorick,
Commissioner Gorick, yes.
Yes.
Macchio,
Commissioner Macchio, yes.
Volpe, yes.
Santiago,
Santiago, yes.
Commissioner Salka, yes.
Hammersley's a yes. Motion passes 7-0. Item 8E, site plan application of Olive Branch Enterprises LLC to construct a 16-foot 6-inch by 19-foot 9-inch outside patio with columns and pergola roof located Property located at 1217 South Main Street, also known as Sliders, owned by Olivia Martina LLC in a B zone, parcel size 0.76 acres, SPR 1796. We have an applicant here. So why don't we give them an opportunity to talk?
Yes, good evening. I'm Jeff Carbone with Olive Branch Enterprises, as you mentioned, representing Olivia Marina on behalf of Slow Grill and Bar, for the purpose of adding an outdoor patio area located at the front left side of the existing building, which would border the existing patio. You need me to upload that rendering?
Yeah, I think if you can show it to us, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
Just share.
I'm gonna, yeah, just bear with me.
While you're doing that, Jim, could you just let us know what's the purpose of the patio? What's it going to be used for?
It's just gonna be for outdoor dining area. It'll have approximately seating for around 16.
That's some tight seating on that patio with 16 people.
Let me see if I could pull this up here for you.
Just while we're waiting for Jeff to do that, is everyone able to hear me better now?
Yes.
Much better.
Very good, Bob.
Do this.
Yeah, you're nice and loud now.
Yeah, I had a 7-year-old who was trying to go to sleep in the other room, so I was trying to be a little bit muted.
I was able to do this the last meeting. I seem to be having a problem with it now.
Rob, do you, we went through this contingency plan. Do you have a copy of this?
Yeah, if you want, I can go navigate to it and pull it up.
I have a copy of the plans out on my, this is Bob Salka. I have a copy of the plans of the layout, but there's no seating arrangement. There's no real detail to it other than it's blocked out. It says that it's 326 square feet. I'd like to see a little more detail before unless you've got it up on the screen.
I just shared it from the website. Is that what you're looking for?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, that's the plot plan of it, and there was an architectural rendering, which it doesn't show any more detail really. You know, just a cut through for the patio, and then just a plot plan of bird's eye view of the pergola itself. Oh, there it is. Yep, that's the one right there. Thank you, whoever pulled that up.
That's me.
Yep.
Phillips.
You know, to Commissioner Salka's suggestion, would it be possible for us to get a little bit more detail on this, the dining component there?
Detail for the seating arrangement?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's not a big piece of real estate there.
I'm sorry, you partly broke up. You repeat that?
I said, that's not a big piece of real estate. I'm just wondering how you can fit 16 people on that small patio. So I think if we could see a little bit of a layout, that would help us.
Yep, I'll be happy to discuss that. I have a meeting with the owner tomorrow, and I can mention that to him. And perhaps you can have the architect do a scaled rendering of the seating arrangement for that.
Would that help you, Bob Silka?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Is there anything else that the commission is looking for on this?
Mr. Chairman, it's Peter Santiago. So as I look at this plan, are you, because I usually, when I'm over there, I usually park in the back, not the front.
Yes.
So I forget the out in front. Does this take away any parking that's in the front? Parking's tight there anyway.
Correct. Now, if you notice on the plan, on that plan where it shows the proposed assembly, that little L notch is part of, of the existing building. So there's dead space there now anyway. It's not used. There's a fire exit there on the side.
Right in front of that, there's no parking on that side. It's just in the front, because I'm looking at, if I look at the plan where it says 38.2 feet, is that 4 parking spaces there? What am I looking at in that corner on your?
Yeah, that's on the plan where it shows where that arrow is right now on the screen.
Yeah.
That's just a notch. That's just a notch in the building itself. So just.
But if you go to the site plan,
yep,
the map of the site plan,
yes,
there's what is on that corner of the parking lot. Is that space that you're taking away? Reason I ask is that parking is tight at Sliders as it is, and people normally have to park across the street and all that. So if you're taking away free parking, how does that impact the overall, how much parking you're supposed to have? That's the basis of my question.
Yeah, no, I see exactly what you're talking about and referring to. It looks as if they would have to eliminate that one parking spot that would be closest to the proposed patio.
1 or 2, because you're getting a car right in there where people are dining outside. So one would think perhaps you're getting rid of 2 spots there. So I'm just, the overall, I don't know what your overall parking capacity is on that site. So I'm just want to be sure that you don't get caught limiting the amount of parking that you're allowed there by doing that. That's the basis of my question.
Yes, I don't think they'd have to eliminate any more than just that one.
Rob, does that affect any requirement for parking for that size building?
Let's see, hold on. I believe there's parking available, shared parking within the area there. I don't think it's an issue.
Okay.
So they have enough parking for the square footage of the building?
Yeah.
Okay. This is in a zone there. Go ahead, Peter.
No, that was the basis of my talk, Bob. So if Rob says they're okay, then I'm okay.
Okay. Before I chime in, you all set, Peter?
Yes.
Okay. Rob, just refresh my memory. I think that there's sidewalks on all parts of this property. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's existing concrete sidewalk along the property on all sides running along Mulberry and
South Main.
Yes.
So that meets the sidewalk requirement of B zone.
Yeah, I mean, certainly they're there, so we don't have to worry about a situation where you've got to, weigh the impacts. But as far as the parking goes, we can always, make sure we don't have an issue on our zoning permit level. But as far as I remember looking at this quite a while ago now, that I don't think it's a problem.
Okay. Okay, any other questions from the commission members at this point? I think we're going to table it because I think we're waiting for them to come back with a seating arrangement per Commissioner Salka's request.
Chairman Hammersley, it's Jeff Gorick. I just had one real quick question.
Go ahead, Jeff.
It looks like there's a 3-foot high, the concrete wall that you're planning to put in there. Is there going to be access directly to the parking lot from the patio where patrons could feasibly just walk right out into the parking lot?
Yeah, so we've considered that. There, I would assume, needs to be some sort of fire exit gate that would be only accessible from inside the patio, not from the parking lot. So we are trying to figure out the best spot for that location. When I looked at the site itself, it seems to me like it would probably be better suited along the abutting property side instead of the parking lot side. But I don't think, as far as the owner goes, I don't think location really would matter to him. So whatever was decided there. But yeah, I think that there should be some sort of an exit for anyone that is out there dining, but wouldn't be accessible from the parking lot side.
Okay, yes, it's Chairman or Commissioner Gorick. Yeah, I was just don't want people wandering from the parking lot in with drinks that aren't from Sliders, and the opposite coming from Sliders out into the parking lot with containers.
Well, the other thing we have, I mentioned to the owner after our last meeting, and I thought would perhaps be a good idea to consider as well, is maybe putting a small, on top of the wall, a small, like a fence section to either further add another level of barrier.
Okay, that was it. Thank you very much.
Anything else for the commission members?
Commissioner Volpe here. Hi. So I, excuse me, reviewing this, and correct me if I'm wrong, this says it's about 36 feet from the road here. I'm just wondering, like, we spoke about that parking space and how it's really not advantageous to have it abutting this. Is there anything for like public safety that might be presented at the next hearing? Just because I'm a little concerned by accidents that have happened over there. In my experience, I have heard a lot of stories about late night accidents at this intersection. I would need to see a traffic study to fully understand that, but I'm just hoping maybe next time we can hear a little bit more about how residents will be protected while they're on the patio, just in case.
Well, there would certainly need to be some bollards placed around it. Beyond that, I don't know what you really could do as far as any other protection beyond that, but there would certainly need to be some bollards placed around the perimeter of it.
And another question that I had was, are the operational hours of the patio going to be the same as the restaurant and bar? Or will there be some sort of specifications for when you can have alcohol on it, et cetera? Just being so close again to the parking lot.
The intent of the owner was to have it be open as regular restaurant hour would be open.
For me, thank you.
Okay, Christina, thank you. Any other commission members? So I think we're looking for a table on this, if we can get a motion on that.
Santago.
So Santago makes a motion, second.
I'll second.
Volpe is second. We do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Jeff Carbone, if you could just make sure you get that information for us per the request, that'd be great. We'll see you at our next meeting, which is scheduled for, what's the date, Rob? Do you have it?
The next meeting?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's gonna be, May,
Cinco de Mayo, yeah,
May the
May 5th at 7 o'clock.
May 5th.
May 5th at 7 o'clock, yeah.
Thank you very much. I will.
Thank you. On to item 8F. This is a request for a release of a $1,200 erosion and sediment bond at 447 North Main Street. Jim Carbone is not Jim Carbone. Jim Carbone, is everything all set on this?
Yeah, the bond release is ready for action for 446.
Ready for action? So can we get a motion?
Commissioner Mackey, I'll make a motion.
Second? Can I get a second?
Commissioner Salco, second.
Okay, we got Macchio and Salka on this. Any discussion? No?
Just make sure you guys are muting yourselves again after you unmute yourself, because we're still getting some feedback.
Don't mute yourself too soon, because I'm going to call for a roll call. We're going to move quickly through these three. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Item 8G, request for release of a $20,000 maintenance bond, extension of Steeples Chase Drive, Eastgate Meadows subdivision.
Yeah, that's
Rob,
To approve.
ready for action on this? Yeah. Motion?
Commissioner Salco makes a motion to approve.
Salka, second.
Mackey, second.
Okay, Salka, Macchio. No discussion? I don't think so. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. 8H, motion carries. Item 8H, request for a release of a $2,910 E&S bond, 791 South Main Street. Rob, ready for action? Can we get a motion?
Mackey, motion to approve.
Second?
Salco to approve. To second.
Macchio and Salka. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 8I, an 824 referral for bond ordinance appropriating $2,500,000 for costs related to the design and construction of a backup well. Number 10 for the Southington Water Department, well number 9, and authority to issue a $2,500,000 bonds, notes, temporary notes, and other obligations to finance the appropriation. I see Bill is still with us. Does Bill want to give us any information on this?
I could if you want. I was sent out early. Could you hear me first of all?
I can, yep.
Okay. I gave something to Rob. I don't know if any of you read it. I could give a very brief description if you want. I got first well 9. Well 9 is the water department's most critical and highest producing well in town. It was built in 1991. Production rate of 2,000 gallons a minute. Original plans were built in 1991 to do 2 small wells, and was built instead because of cost restrictions. The need for backup for the well is due to reduced production in the well this past summer, and the possibility of losing any well during peak demand is vital to having a backup, a redundant well. A backup well will give the water department the option to use well if one well has a problem or needs maintenance or redevelopment. Another major factor would be with a backup well, we could use both wells with a reduced rate of flow, and it would increase the longevity of both wells. And currently we have 2 backup wells for well 2 and well 7. So there's a definite need for a backup well for 9. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for commission members? So, Tierney, Bill, so this is just a deferred project that is going to provide the water department with more reliability, if I heard you correctly.
Yes, that's correct. It's a redundancy. It's being it's well in town. It's for redundancy if you do have a problem, especially in the summertime.
Okay, great. You've been with us for a while here tonight, so I appreciate your patience, but you've waited 30 years almost for this to happen. I hope that it will get approved. So if we can get a motion from anyone on the commission.
I motion to approve, but it's 28 years because that's how old I.
I said almost 30. Christina,
Yeah.
I appreciate, I never want to ask you what your age is. That's not polite, so I won't do that, but thanks. So we got a motion from Commissioner Volpe. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Salka, you second?
Sorry, go ahead.
Jim Carbone, I see your hand up there. You gotta unmute yourself, Jim. There you go.
This would be a motion for a favorable referral.
Okay.
To the council.
Okay. So Christina, you want to rephrase your motion?
Yes. I would like to approve.
You're doing a motion for a favorable referral to the town council. Is that correct, Christina?
Yes.
You cut out there.
Sorry, correct, yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Can we get a second on that favorable referral? We get a second.
Commissioner Salka, second.
A motion and a second. Rob, we don't need a roll call on this, do we?
No, I would do it. I would do it for these.
Okay, so go ahead and call the roll.
Gorick,
Commissioner Gorick, yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Macchio, yes.
Yes.
Santago,
Santiago, yes.
Salka,
Okay, yes.
and Hammersley.
Hammersley's yes. Motion passes. Item 8J, 824 referral for the purchase of 1954 Mount Vernon Road for open space in the amount of $130,000. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Salka, who's our appointee to the Open Space Committee, to give us any information he might have on this. Go ahead, Bob.
Just a couple of points. It's a total of about 16 acres. A lot of natural resources. We've got a river running down from the reservoir that runs down that hill. There'll be hiking available in that area. It's close to the reservoir. It really ties in very closely and nicely with some other undeveloped parcels that the town currently owns. With $130,000, basically we had 3 land assessments. We took the lowest one, and that came in at 130,000, and it really is consistent with our POCD. So I would make a motion that we refer it to the town council for approval.
Okay, got a motion for a favorable referral. Can we get a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Locks. Any further conversation?
This is Peter Santiago. Bob, 16 acres in Summington is only $130,000? Really? So this goes up. Does this go up, like up the mountain on Mount Vernon? I forget where this is. So this goes up. It's not near residential, right?
It's down near the firing range.
Oh, okay. Okay, I know where you are. Okay, that's why it's 130,000. Okay, I got it.
Got it?
Yep. Thank you.
Doing a great job of getting the most for a buck, Peter.
I get it.
Yeah, just a couple of attributes real quick from Dable Valley Assistant Planner. He states that it has some unique geological features like a waterfall on the ledge, preserves a wild corridor, view shed, and protects water quality. Has some slope and a brook running through it as well.
Wow, cool.
Any other discussion from the commission? Nothing? Rob, call the roll, please.
Gorick,
Commissioner Gorick, yes.
Yes.
Macchio,
Yes.
Yes.
Santiago,
Santiago, yes.
Selka, yes.
Hammersley's a yes. 7-0, motion passes. Item number 9, administrative items. I just saw the timer come up from Chasinsky. I don't know if anyone saw it or not. Item number 9 under administrative items. Rob, if you can, it's been a while since we've been together. I know that there was some action on Curtis Street, and also if you can fill us in real quickly on the status on the Liberty Street application that we approved a couple months ago.
So we had issued a cease and desist order to the tenant and the property owner back in February for basically the replacement of the buffer that was removed at one point in time that they tried to replant, and clearly all of the specimens that they tore out of the ground somewhere else on site did not take, which was no surprise. So that, and there's a couple of zoning permits that are just kind of rudimentary that they need to complete as well, but the buffer is the most important thing. So we sent that out. It didn't get accepted. We had to deliver it by Marshall. That did get the message across. We do have, the property owner. I've been working with the property owner, who is actually absentee up in Massachusetts. They've been cooperative thus far, although of late there's maybe a little bit of entrenching from a legal standpoint. But apparently, we had gotten notice that there was some activity going on out there yesterday. So the CEO, Matt Raimondo, took a drive up to the site and witnessed that there is a berm going in 4 or 5 feet maybe in height, starting on the northwestern side, north of where the vegetation was removed. And apparently they may be starting to plant there. But our cease and desist clearly indicated that I wanted to have the planting plan submitted with, with the detail and nursery specimens instead of, scrap trees from the site that aren't going to take. And that's supposed to be completed. That has not been done. That was all happening yesterday while I was preparing for this meeting, and with hardly any staff in the office mostly. We're going to have to just revisit that again tomorrow. We did get another complaint that came in about truck washing, I think on Curtis Street, that went to engineering as well, which ended up going to the DEP, and there was a response there as well from the DEP at this point in time. So that might be another activity that might be part of the resolution process as well too. That's kind of the update right now. It's obviously an ongoing situation. We'll just have to go back in at it again, starting again tomorrow. Just do the best we can here. Ultimately, if we don't gain any compliance that's satisfactory, we can only turn it over to the town attorney. We could issue fines, but that's not going to matter either if they don't pay them. It'll still end up with the town attorney to collect those fines. So we're hoping that we can get some resolution on the buffer. That's the most important thing.
Okay, glad you and the rest of the town staff are staying up on that. That's Curtis Street, real quick, on Liberty Street, the 824 that we approved a couple months ago.
Yeah, there was an appeal that was sent in just before this thing called COVID-19 coronavirus took over, and so that went into the courts, and we did receive service of that, or at least notice of that. It is with the town attorney's hands, and as I understand recently, because of the slowdown in the court activity right now, they are trying to find potentially a resolution that may lead to a settlement that could come back under executive session and to be discussed by this commission. But at this point in time, I have no other direction other than that.
All right. So with that, I don't think anyone else has anything else to add right now. Does anyone have anything? It's getting a little bit late. I appreciate everyone's patience in getting through this, and we're almost home. We have a couple of things scheduled for public hearing, Rob, under item 10. Do you want to talk about any of that? It's pretty self-explanatory, I think.
Yeah, the first one is a new application for garage in excess of 3 spaces. You're well versed in that now. B is the grandparent apartment, which actually was submitted and was supposed to be on this agenda, but they didn't complete the abutters notices as required in time. So that's obviously going to be the next meeting. And then Lovely Developments, the Beaton and Corbin, otherwise known as Beaton and Corbin, just north of the fire station. That'll be on May 19th. They requested to be moved to that meeting, which is great because it was supposed to be on this meeting. Imagine that. And then Senco is if you remember, some people may remember Turning Earth, and they never got through state approvals. I'm not sure what happened to them, but the property owner, Johnson East, is coming back with this proposal to reapprove this use. But we have some questions from staff that we'll be trying to address, and we will communicate it to you on that one. Obviously a public hearing, so I don't want to say too much at this point in time.
Well, we'll look forward to getting those on the agenda for our next meeting on the, some of them looks like are scheduled for May 5th and some of them go out to May 19th. So under item number 11, we got 3 different applications that you received, some of them relative to what you just talked about. So I don't know if you want to touch on those.
No, it's just the floodplain filling and site plan applications associated with Beaton and Corbin, and of course what I just mentioned about Turning Earth, Johnson East.
All right. So we're at the end here, folks. Anyone have anything they want to talk about? Nothing? We're good. Can we get a motion to adjourn?
Commissioner Salco makes a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? We did it, folks. Good job. Appreciate all your time.
Everybody.
Thanks. Have a great night. Stay safe, everybody.
Well done. Imagine.
Take care of y'all.
Sue, you look great.
See ya.
Lee.
Just watching those squares disappear.
Last one standing, going down with the ship. Linda, I hope you're all good.
She turned you off before she could answer.
All right, I'm ending the recording.
Okay, Rob, thanks. Have a good one. Take care.